I don't know. All right.
Kia ora whānau, welcome to the Rico Sports Centre. My name is Uppy Stone, joined with my co-host Savannah Aranga. We're your commentators for today's semi-final, Te Aroha versus Waitakere Bears. We're just about to go through the lineups, and Savannah will do the honours of reading her club team.
Morena whānau. Right, so for Te Aroha, we have starting on the mound, we have Rongmai Royal and happy 21st to her yesterday. And then coming in at left field, legendary Cindy Portai suits up for the team this year. Then at first base, Palace Potter, coming at number 4 on catcher, is Otile Taviti. Then of course at third base, Lara Andrews. Arini Langdon Lane is in shortstop. Out in centre field is Caitlin Lewin. Out in right field, Kimihia Tangiano. And of course on the bench we have our young Ayla Toman, Sarah Tai and Angela Harrison. And that's TA's lineup for today.
And for the Auckland team, Waitakere Bears, we have Kayla Clark at centre. She'll be leading off with Kyla Bromhead and her sister Rebecca Bromhead leading at the first base. Karina Hale, we've got at third base. Taylor McCamish Maxwell, she'll be out in right field. Ocean Matthews, she'll be at shortstop. Shire Hale, the designated player. We've got Tyam Bromhead Lamalu, who'll be catching. Tyler Morrison, who finishes it up over at left field. We've also got Sashi Clark pitching for Waitakere Bears.
Who's our umpires? Do you know any of them, Nuppy?
I sure do.
Oh, that's got a nice moustache over there.
That's Tony Kairuna,
Oh.
who is our Olympic official who gets to go to the Olympics when they're on every 4 years.
Kia ora, Tony.
He also umpires my club games. So it should be a good final, semi-final between the two teams. Both have a bit stacked lineups. So
Yeah, a
we'll
lot
see
of
how we
White
go.
Sox in both teams. That team's been named recently. And of course the Bears and TA have a long history of battles together. And it's just simply the new generation carrying that lovely tradition on.
Te Aroha will take the field for the first inning.
Yeah.
So with Fast45, every inning there's a runner on base. So Waitakere Bears will be able to start this inning off with a runner at first. Now you can decide who you want as the runner. You can use your number 9 hitter, or you can use your designated runner. In this case, just checking Waitakere Bears sheet, they do not have a designated runner.
Oh yes, Sarah Tai is the designated runner for TA. We also have Hope Webber and Waimairi Western on the bench. Who's Bears got on the bench? We've got a Hope Maka.
Kiara Taimai and Margaret Alotofa. Apologies if I've pronounced that wrong.
All right, let's get ready to rumble.
The
Te Aroha versus Bears.
So leading
This
off
is
is Kayla Clark.
This is their ball.
Kayla's been here and done that many, many times.
Yeah, 33. Got yours. Yeah.
She'll be simply looking to move her runny to 2 anyway.
So for our viewers that have tuned in, this is a 45-minute game. 44, only 4 innings. Whether you complete the other one or what, game over.
So like my sports, everyone's coming in with a shorter version, bit more entertainment for the supporters.
Looks like we're just doing a bit of maintenance on the grounds. We do have to change the pitching mat often when the men come back on.
That looks straight.
I hope it looks straight, Blue.
Does he have his glasses on today, Tony? He sure does.
Nice play ball.
Leading off, Kayla Clark, number 22, Waitakere Bears.
Right, so I've got to be partial, don't I, Uppy? I can't be just supporting Bears.
Do what your heart tells you, my bro.
All right, let's have a good game of softball.
There goes that lead strike in that first innings. So just bearing in mind, with the 45 minutes, you don't really want to be spending too much time giving signals, taking your time in the pitcher's mound. You want to score as many runs as possible. And there goes the attempted steal. Safe at second.
Good play all round, good speed. Throw was on the button.
And it was great that runner left early, which is what you can do in Fast 45. I found last week's qualifiers for this tournament here in Hutt that a lot of the girls were too honest. They found it hard to cheat. They found it hard to leave the base early.
Well, it is. It is.
For some.
Oh, there we go.
Fly ball to left field. Cindy Portai under it. She takes it.
Runner stays at 2.
Te Aroha grabs the first out for the inning. Now up to bat is the vice captain for the White Sox. Oh, apologies, no, she's on the on-deck circle.
So we've got a 1 down, runner on 2.
Ball.
Bit low.
This is the vice captain's sister. Kyla Bromhead, been a White Sox catcher for a very long time. Has a lot of experience, so she'll look to push this runner home.
Oh,
Now she does.
swing.
Makes us play it. One.
That's it, Ayla.
That's 2 down. Wow, what a rocket palace.
There we go, routine outs. That check swing, managed to get the runner down to 3. A little closer to home plate.
Now with 2 down, Te Aroha want to get this out here. Stop Waitakere from scoring.
Ball.
And also for our viewers, you only have 3 balls and it's a walk. So you've got to take your opportunities when they come. Anything close, go for it.
Ball.
So that's 2 balls.
Needing to come in with a leader here, just to get ahead with the hitter. 2 balls, 2 down, runner on 3. What's Bears going to do?
Sashi Clark doing a great job for the first inning for Te Aroha.
Oh, that's it.
2-1 count.
No rush for the hitter.
2 balls, 1.
Slight pressure situation. She's got a runner on 3. Scoring opportunity. Hitter really wants to just get a nice little single here if she can. Good spot.
Great spot pitching right there. So it's full up count.
2-2.
Rebecca having the experience, you know, she knew that she could allow another pitch to come down. She's got a stacked lineup behind her, so 2 down, she really needs to make this count. Foul ball.
Up on the hands, jammed her for another strike. Angela's a young pitcher for the Te Aroha. Just made the development squad uppy.
Oh, Kaiapoi.
So certainly one to watch in the future. Big island girl.
She's already taller than me, so wow.
Oh, first time I saw her, I was helping Lara with a session she was doing.
Yeah.
As soon as she walked in, oh, my eyes lit up. And then to find out she was a pitcher, stop it. Good spot.
Oh!
Good finish there by the battery.
Well done, Sashi Clark. Striking out. Vice captain Rebecca Bromhead to take TA down to the bat. So we'll side away here and we'll be back with you in the break. That's me and Savannah. Chat.
Right.
And we're back in again. Here's the first innings for Bears.
So I'd just like to inform our viewers. Oh, runner goes down. Ardenes.
Beautiful, beautiful head first slide by Ardene.
Second.
Throw was slightly off.
Ardene Landon Lane, a bit of a freakish talent from Wellington, lives out in Poridoa.
Plays for the central team this year. Te Aroha's picked her up. Come from the Landon Lane whānau. Well, no one in Wellington.
Ball.
So Ardene Landon Lane also plays for New Zealand schoolgirls rugby sevens. And up to bat, Rongomai.
What do we know about Sashi Clark there, bud? Another young one coming through.
Well, I'm quite old, so she must be young.
Oh,
wow.
That was actually good by the catcher. What's the play?
Runner at third. There was an attempted throw down to 3, but with the batter standing in the way.
Better doing her job properly. I'm not sure she did it on purpose, but well done.
No. So we'll make the viewers aware that a lot of these players attended weddings yesterday.
And it was a beautiful wedding.
Congratulations to Ashley Johnston and her whānau. Pop ball.
Infield fly.
Great out by the shortstop there. O'Shan Matthews.
Bears start their innings 1 down, runner on 3, so they just need to hold that runner up at 3. But trust me, Cindy's going to do everything she can to score her. They're crowding her.
Ooh. Great slice there by Portai.
What if we drop one up Chubby left side? What's your movement like, Chubb?
Still got quick feet, that girl.
Right. That's Karina Hale, sorry, using her nickname. Yeah,
Sydney goes for that. And so she would. Close to the zone. She wants to move that runner home, and she definitely has the expertise to do so.
No better two-stroke hitter. Let's see what the battery's got, eh? Go at her. Good job. Good job.
Strike out
Good
for
job,
Cindy.
battery. Good catching there by Tyann.
Up to bat is Palace Potter. One of the leading hitters here in Aotearoa.
Another good spot, another good spot. Working the corners.
So Palace is one of our USA scholarship students who travels overseas to America to play over there. She comes back every now and then through COVID and by visiting family, and the amount of knowledge that I guess she gives to her kids,
Yep.
you can see it, you know. And that's what we want to do as senior players, is give back to our sport.
0-2.
Last week I had the honours of coaching Miramar in the qualifiers, and the semi, the final, was pretty tight up until this girl came to bat.
That's it. Might have seen Palace there. Good long ball hitter. 2 strikes. Just wanting to make sure she can maybe secure that run by shortening up on that bat a little bit. Just allows the hitter a little bit more control with their bat. Nothing more. But she's knuckling down knowing that her job is to score that runner on 3. Yep. Over to Karina Hale.
Side
Over
away.
Rebecca Bromhead. And we still have a 0-0 ball game.
Not all ball game. So we're just going to go for a break. We'll see you back in a chat.
When the radio's on and the sound is hot, you just shout to it, there's no way to stop. That's where it sounds like the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest, we let the music speak.
Is there runners? Come on, let's go.
All the best throwbacks.
Kia ora koutou katoa. We are back with me and myself, Happy Stone, and Savannah Aranga. We're here at the Fastball45 games, and up to bat is Karina Hale.
Oh,
Goes for a short hack. The out at 3. She's going to get it! Double out, which sides away. Great play out in the Landon Lane.
quick ball, quick feet, quick transfer.
And that's how fast
Dubs up.
this game can be, Whānau. Just like that. We only just saw 10 seconds ago, side away, one play, gone.
Just to remind you on the rules again with this F45 competition, if you do get a double play, you're done.
Runners.
You get to go and have a bat, and the other team has to come out for another field.
Did you see that rocket from Ardene
I
Landon Lane
did.
on the replay?
Don't you just love young athletes? Ton of skill.
Up to bat now is Ortila Tavite. Recently selected in the World Champs White Sox team as a catcher. She is a power hitter. We'll look to see her move the ball right now.
All right, Sachi, let's go. Let's hit a corner. Let's lead her up.
Puts the bunt down, foul ball.
There we go, 1 up. This is where TA has to take their opportunity. They've just come off, quick innings, and take charge. Will they?
Now in this game, you really got to be a bit smart. I guess Ortila is a big hitter, but putting the ball on the ground as a defensive side, you're not really going to expect that. So any way to move the runners around is what you want to do. We go again. Bumps us down. Rebecca goes for the third attempt.
Ooh.
Oh, bouncy ball to first base and they get that out.
Wow. That one slipped out of the mitt.
Foul play.
Hey, still got the out. Doesn't have to look pretty, as long as it looks pretty in the book.
Right fielder. Thank you.
Do we have the power play with Lara Andrews up to bat. Te Aroha have selected for the power play, which is you have the option to take a fielder off, but the opposing side decide who that is, the defending side, sorry.
A lot of rules to keep up on, whānau. Off field.
Foul ball on Andrews.
Ton of experience here. Lara's been there, done that. She'll simply put the ball where the gap is, and hopefully at least trot one in.
She'll be eyeing up the right fielder there.
But I'm sure Shachi and Tyrone have got different ideas here.
Right there in the
There it
gap.
is.
Andrews moves that ball, scores the first run for Te Aroha. The second one's coming around. Stand up. Ball goes off. Andrews is off to 2. Wow, an exciting play there by Te Aroha. Andrews scoring Te Aroha's first 2 runs.
Thank you.
Unfortunately, it was a horrible time to have Lara Andrews up for the Bears. But good pressure play, Lara, by coming up with a nice single and scoring 2 runs.
Ardene Landon Lane up to bat. 1 out. 2 out.
Ball.
Oh.
Pass ball. Andrews goes down to 3. Pops up. Safe at third.
Okay, Bears, take a breath. It's okay.
No, there is 1 out. Apologies, whānau. Bouncy ball to short. Makes the play.
RBI.
Runner
Well
is
done,
scored.
Edene. Way to come in, Lara. Good team hitting there. So we've still got the
Two
one,
down,
two
yep.
down, 2 down now. All right, Caitlin. You're either going to aim for the fence, or you're
Or
going to
over.
start our hitting rally again.
Just
There you
drops
go.
her shoulder slightly on that one.
Oh, we've been trying. We've been trying, Uppy. She's got access to some decent hitters in their time.
So if you're wanting, if you're a female softballer here in New Zealand and you want to be a good hitter, best players to watch is the girl in the box. Reason why? You watch her hands. She keeps her hands in very close, but when she opens up those hips to make contact, it is power. One of my favourite hitters to watch, to be quite precise. That is why! Ooh, sort of holds up in the air. That side away.
And there we go. Bears have a sit down.
Well, that's 3 runs for Te Aroha on the board, whānau. We are 29 minutes into the game. We're at the top of the 3. As you know, it's only 4 innings, so we'll get you back in the action in the next one.
Yep.
What's he up to now?
Probably working on his career.
Oh. What are you up to, Matai?
Reversing.
Have you got your ticket?
Yep. I start a new job driving a forklift on Monday.
I thought you worked in an office.
Don't limit yourself, Brian. It's never too late to make smarter choices. How's Karen?
Take control of your career with Tradestaff.
Kia ora whānau, you're back with Savannah Aranga and myself, Uppy Stone, at the Rico Sports Centre, F45 Regional Games.
So we're at top 3, 3-0 to Te Aroha. Not plenty of time. Still plenty. Oh, and here we go. Bears are going to call back at least 1 or 2, potentially 3. Beck's on 3, it'll only be 2.
So Taylor McCamish-Maxwell does the job for Waitakere Bears, pushing a nice slammer out to the centre left field. Now we're in for a power play by the Bears. Now, Te Aroha have to take a player off, and I believe we always take an outfielder off. It'd be really hard if you were to take an infielder off.
So it's a similar rule sort of to the cricket. Cricket have power play. Those that potentially might want a bit more cricket than softball. Same sort of situation, but we take a player off.
So up to bat we have 55 Ocean Matthews, who plays shortstop.
Good spot and a good little punch.
Oh, great catch by Caitlin Lewin out in the centre field.
Made
That's
the catch.
a great out. It's very tough. There's only 2 of them out there.
That's right. Still got an RBI. So still plenty of positives there for Bears. Like the youth coming through.
Now up to bat is my good friend Karina Hale's daughter, Shire Hale.
Ball.
Shire has been recently selected in the New Zealand Women's White Sox team. She is a power hitter, like the whole of her whānau.
Ball.
And a lefty.
2 balls.
So, for the viewers watching, during a power play, I believe if it's a walk, it's 2 bases.
Ooh, that's a nice corner. Yeah, I'm not too sure about it,
2-1.
but here we go. All right, what have the Bears got?
Shire needs to put one
Run
long
on
and
2.
deep in somewhere in one of those gaps. Puts the ball in play.
Oh,
Get it, Bubby.
Oh, never mind, Ayla. Keep the ball in front. Keep the ball in front.
Great charge by number 20, Ayla Toman. Ayla's very young. She hails from the Wainui Amara, where I live. Great
Lot
talent,
of-
that girl.
A lot of top athletes come out of the Wainui.
Who we got to bat? To bat, we've got Tyann Bromhead Lamalu. Gone!
Ball.
Safe at 2, runner ops to stay at 3. tight situation play there.
Ooh, bit happening there, whānau. Did everyone keep up? Had a runner on 3, play at 2.
And apologies that I shouted out, "Go on, if you don't, you get in trouble," okay?
Habit, bud, habit.
Ball.
Great corner there.
2 balls. No strikes.
All right, we need to come in with one here, Ange. Fielders are inside the line. Should be. Ooh,
Foul ball.
look at that swing. Hey, beautiful.
Now, I believe when it is a power play situation, I think you can go through,
2 balls, 1.
is it 6 pitches? Then the player can come back in. Oh, look, the player's already back. The player's already back. So I believe it's 6 pitches, then the player re-enters.
Well, we have to
Ball 3.
continue to look over the rules ourselves. So much is
Is
happening.
this an extra base?
Ooh, full bags. Precious softball, but both teams are going to be in the situation.
I apologise. I believe if it's loaded bases and a walk, it's 2 bases. So many rules, whānau. It's very hard to coach. F45. You're trying to think like well ahead.
Well ahead. All right, that starts it.
Temporary runner.
Now we have Tyler
Runner
Morrison up to bat.
Catch.
He's also made the White Sox qualifying tour to Italy in July as a pitcher. Of course, her dad used to coach me way back in the day.
What's her dad's name? Mr. Morrison?
Mr. Morrison.
Get that. Oh, drops the catch out in right
Oh.
field. Runner scores at home.
Oh, bugger.
2 runners come in for the Waitakere Bears.
Can we have time? Can we have time, please, Blue? I need to catch up on all of that.
So as we know, Fast45, we do not have timeouts.
Did she drop that ball up?
She did drop that.
Oh, okay, mate.
I trust the Blue that can see out there.
Right,
I
right
can't.
on the spot. There was a good hustle though by Kimmy here. Nothing more than a pitcher loves than seeing her fielders do their best.
And just like that, the Waitakere Bears take the lead of the game, 5 runs to 3. Got 1 out, 2 runners on. Te Aroha were looking to be rolling a double right now. So up to bat is the lead-off, Kayla Clark.
Kayla's been a long stalwart for the Bears. Good start, good pitch, short.
Caitlin takes the second out, throws it all the way to the pitcher, hurries the game up. Let's go.
These one-handed catches up here.
I'm not a fan.
Not a fan myself. Perhaps we're just too old school.
I think so.
Yeah.
But when they drop it, it proves that we're right.
Well.
Kyla Bromhead up to bat. Let's see if she can move these runners.
That's a nice pitch on the outside.
Great swing as well.
I've got to stop myself by calling Kyla her nickname. All right. A lot of excitement. Runners on 1 and 2. Oh, yes, that was a nice pitch, Kyla. Should have thrown the hands at that one. Got another one, no rush.
See, now with the Bears, they'll know that they're ahead, right? So they'll just want to stretch this inning out a little bit longer. We've got 21 minutes.
They want to get as many as they can, knowing that coming into the bottom of the third, Te Aroha will
Hot
also
ball.
be having...
Palace goes for it.
Yes.
She gets it. Side away.
But now TA get a chance with full bags. Kia ora. And come here. Going to start the innings off. And of course, like we said, Te Aroha start with full bags at the bottom of the third. And straight into the business.
Runner holds at 3. Comes home to score.
What the hell?
Runner gets stuck between second and first.
First of all, come here. Well done. Outfield fly, 1 run.
Now that's what we call a sacrifice hit.
What was happening with that running, uppy?
I thought it was pretty good running.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
We got caught in the middle there? No? Okay.
What you
Watching
want to
with
do
one eye.
is draw a play.
Oh, that was that what we were doing?
Yes.
Okay, mate.
So we've got Wainoia Mata's finest up to bat.
Oh!
Ooh, no.
Stay in it, Annie. Stay in it. The longer you stay in a run down, the more chances you have. Safe! Ooh.
Oh, no. Why did you come off the base?
No.
This
no,
one?
no.
Oh. It's double play. It's side away.
Talk, uppy. I might need a minute.
Okay, so in that situation, it's tough when your coach calls a squeeze play, and obviously the defensive team know they're going to throw that rise pitch. You have to make contact on that bat, otherwise you're going to get found out just like that. Bears took advantage of that situation. We almost got safe at 3, but we didn't. So we're side away, and we go into the top of the 4th with 19 minutes left to go. We'll see you soon.
We're off, eh? Well, I've gotten over myself after that bit of a rugged play there.
And up to bat we have Rebecca Bromhead, vice captain. Runner goes down to 2. Te Aroha opt to hold the ball.
There we go. Makes everything a force. No stress. Bit of a kōrero.
Now this makes it interesting, whānau. We've got the Bears leading by 1 run. None down. He's a runner at 3rd. Would you call a squeeze?
Would you, uppy?
I would. Right
Yep,
now.
Lara's back a
Let's
bit.
go.
Who's in? Is that Bex?
Bex is up to bat, right? She can put the bunt down. If you use all the tools that this game provides, leave early, push the ball in the gap, you're safe. Not that I'm an expert or anything like this, but that's
Easily
what I
said
would
then
do.
done.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's rubbish, Bex. Come on. Oh, good pitch, Ange. Finding it really hard not to cheer. Both teams.
Here we go, Rebecca. What she needs to do is just put the ball into play.
Oh, good job, Otila.
Gets the walk. My mate comes up to bat. Karina Hale.
Now, I really want to scream at my mate in the box at the moment. Spent many a good times on the dime with Chubby, Karina Hale. Dangerous hitter in her time.
She opts to leave that low drop.
Years of experience between the ears. She's going to wait for a fat one.
Now you'll see my mate smiling and cheering and laughing in between innings, but as soon as you see her come to the bat, she is all about the business.
Bang.
Just suddenly, you won't see her smiling. You won't see her laughing.
It was always different playing with Karina because of she was one of those happy players. But it was always good to mix it up, a variety of
Were you saying
different
that
teammates.
the rest of us were grumpy?
Well, I was.
I think both you and
and
I
some
were.
of my teammates were.
She puts it into play.
Here we go,
Lara
Lara.
picks up the scoop. Out at first.
Runner took off a bit quicker. Larry Andrews opted for the out at 1, allowing the runner to score, just to secure an out. No.
So I want to let the viewers know that this is not the semi-final. This game is to complete the round robin. Straight after this game will be the semi-final with the same teams.
Runners on 3 and 2. Bang.
Puts it out between the gap.
Let's chop it down. Let's have a good relay.
Caleb
One run
picks it up.
scores. Double RBI.
That is a great slammer there
Bears just doing the simple things. Runners on.
by
pushing
Kayla
them home.
McCamish Maxwell. Right fielder for Waitakere Bears. She's actually done really well in this game, putting the ball into play as you do. Great swing. Up to bat, O'Shawn Matthews. Now the Bears are at an advantage right now. Okay, they're up 4 runs. It's the top of the 4. Te Aroha only have one more turn at bat. But if you look at the time, we've got 15 minutes to go.
So basically, if we're thinking technically, Bears should maybe even take as long as they can at this at bat. But they certainly want to score as many runs as possible,
Okay,
leading into the bottom of the 4th.
So they opt to bring out a temporary runner. I'm only thinking if Dion does that because I don't have a DR. She must have some wheels. Going to score her.
Bang.
Right there.
Another one in the
And
gap.
again. O'Shawn Matthews goes all the way to 2. That's a great hit by O'Shawn Matthews. Standing up at second.
Great RBI hitting by Bears.
I really like her number 55.
RBI, just in case some are unaware, it stands for run batted in. So when we say RBI hitting, meaning they've done their job by scoring a run.
Shire Hale up to bat. Hot fly.
Get the head still, that's a beautiful swing.
2 hands by Ardeni Landon Lane.
Love the 2 hands. Oh, I was just trying to think, how do we usually have shortstop? Oh, the bird that got married yesterday. All right, look alive, red team, come on. Still got that runner on 2, the Bears. 2 down.
Tyann Bromhead Lamalu up to bat. Also a left-handed hitter. We don't have too many left-handed hitters here in Aotearoa. But when you do, it is quite tough to field. It is very tough to pitch. Makes it even tougher if you have a left-handed pitcher to a left-handed batter.
Good leads by the runner at 2. Keeps the defence on their toes.
You can see Palace talking to a young fielder out there, keeping her nice and calm in pressured situations. Communication is key.
Oh, good spot.
2 balls, 1.
All right. Something's going to happen, Uppy. Something's going to happen.
I really like seeing that Te Aroha, even though they're 4 runs down, they're still talking to each other, hoping to get out of this inning as soon as possible. Get back with that bat.
Bull Street. Keep that runner honest at 2. That's a good at bat.
TP runner first base.
I'd like to think that no hitter likes to get walked, although some do. So we always want hitters to look at hitting, and sometimes we get 3 balls instead.
I don't like walks personally.
Nah,
What's the point? Boring.
you need a hit.
That's me. Get in there, struck out, or that's it.
Bang. Right
Good
pitch.
swing by Dave Bunton.
Here's the leader. He's coming 2.
Tyler Morrison.
Runners on 1 and 2. 2 down, top of the 4th.
Do you say debutant or debutant?
Debutant.
Debutant.
Oh, I'm not too sure where you are, girl. Bang. Right, pitches. Got to get harder one here, Tyler.
Did I just say that in a Māori and Pākehā tone at the same time?
Kia ora, girl.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
See Tyler smiling there in the batter's box. She knows her team's got a good leader right about now.
Good pitch. Oh, did I miss that blue or did you? Can I have a replay, please?
1, 2.
Just need the out, Te Aroha. 2 down.
Ground out needed. Or at the plate. If you want to be greedy. Bang.
Foul ball.
Keep it going, Ange. You're doing a good job, young lady. Keep working with Otila. Bears to all those runners on 2 and 3. Finish this inning, gents. Come on, Dolt.
Now, for a young pitcher, it is tough when you face a lot of expertise, White Sox veterans, trying to find that confidence. It's tough. It's tough.
And she's struggling.
So what do? You go and talk to her.
Yeah. Have a bit of a corridor. She's got a long way to go. They've got a pitcher or 2 on the sideline, but we've been told this is a dead rubber bud. Is that right? So these 2 teams play each other next anyway.
Yes.
So this is just, and it's a great opportunity for Ange to get out here this morning and gain some experience. That's it. There and thereabouts. And those bags are full again, with Kayla up to bat.
2 down. We just need to get the out. Come on. Less than 10 minutes to go. The rules are, if you don't go into the next innings when it's above 5 minutes, it's game over.
There it is. On the fence, pelt. Good hustle. Live again, Kayla, live again.
Like that throw, Tony Kairona. He used to play back in his time for the Johnsonville Softball Club. I did see a photo of him just recently, actually.
Black and white?
Colour. It was colour.
That's it, Teal. Keep in front. Good lead off by the runner on street. Looking for every opportunity that the catcher might make a mistake.
I didn't realise him and his whānau have been around in softball for a very long time, with his wife being one of my Royals managers, who I saw in a photo just the other day.
Oh, you know softball.
Apologies,
whānau.
Edna. Apologies, Edna.
That's it, Teal. Keep her in there.
Good pick up, Bortila.
So as a hitter, when a pitcher's struggling slightly, you sort of wait around a little bit.
In softball, you have the time to call a timeout and settle your team down. But in Fast 45, you don't have that luxury, which makes it a bit tough.
Good spot. Heads up. There's your ground out.
Ground out to shortstop. Ardenez pick up. Out at 1. They
There we
hustle
go.
in.
All right, 5 runs, TA. Here we go.
We'll be back with you in a tick, whānau.
For all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
What are you up to, Matai?
Reversing. I start a new job driving a forklift on Monday.
I thought you worked in an office.
Don't limit yourself, Brian. It's never too late to make smarter choices. How's Karen?
Take control of your career with Tradestaff.
Right, and we're back at the ballpark. Here we go, bottom of the 4th. What has TA got up their sleeve? Ooh.
Oh, and a pass ball out to the left field. That scores Ardenez, just like that.
That's a boo-boo. All players make them. It's what you do after a boo-boo, guys. Right, my young little cousin in for a bit.
Karina and Rebecca are quite down in the line. They expect her to put it down. Now, as a hitter, if you see your corners come down, what do you do? Runner holds at 2 with that little down ball there.
There's a couple of things here that they could also be crouching on a young player with
Yeah.
not a lot of experience, hoping to put a bit of pressure on her as well. We all had it when we were young, Guppy. driving off field, going with the pitch. Still got, who's that out there? Sarah on 2.
Now, with Ayla up to bat, if you look at the infield, Waitakere Bears have opted to bring their right fielder all the way over to the left field on a left-hander slap hitter. And look, they put the pressure on, jam her. Ayla unfortunately strikes out there for the first out.
Yep, that's experience against inexperience.
Now Rongomai comes back to bat. The right fielder goes back out. I believe it's just to sort of jam the left-handed slappers. Puts a little bit more pressure on them. Rongomai Luke Royal pitches for the Te Aroha club.
Surely she'll be starting the next game, but we're not the coaches. Bang, sis. Oh, well
Good
done.
girl.
Good hands.
Leave it. Stay.
Good hands. And a good hop by the catcher, Taiyan. Good hop. Shortstop there. Keeping that runner honest at 2. Come on, sis.
Oh, that's a good pitch there. Does she go? No, says the second base umpire.
Good hands there by sis.
So Sashi Clark dominating the Te Aroha hitters at the stage.
She's got a good frame on her too, this one.
She's quite young, this girl.
Well, at least our pitching's healthy. Is that going to drop
Short
in there?
hopper, it is going to drop.
Oh,
Runner moves to 2. Tough play there by Kyla Bromhead.
just found a very, very small gap, Rongomai. But job done. Bringing up another hitter. Way! Cindy Portsai in the house.
So we have a temporary runner run out. I believe that is Waimaria Western. My niece.
I remember you and Sin used to have some good games back in the day up here.
We had the best games.
Oh, bro.
We drew the crowds.
Oh, yes. Yes, those were the days.
Just actually bumped into her at a restaurant in Papanui with Mrs. Portai the other day.
Oh, we're all older and uglier now, eh, girl?
I know, right? Her and
Passion
Mrs. Portai.
passion on the dime. And friends off.
Of course. Yeah, I think we had like a 30-minute chat before we even sat down and had a kai.
Oh.
Did she?
She went blue. She went. Yeah, sorry, my bro, you did.
She wants it.
Come on, mum, mate, get your single. That's
Bam! Right there and then. That's the expertise we're talking about.
Ooh, that
Runner
one
holds
nearly
that
in a way.
2. What a rocket from that right
beautiful,
fielder.
Beautiful throw by the right fielder.
Wowee.
Way to pop that in, Cindy Portai, to bring Sierra home for a run.
The right fielder, Taylor McCamish Maxwell. Donny Hale, are you watching this game? I hope so. You might want to watch that right fielder out there.
Oh, I'm sure Mum, she's on
Never heard of
Melissa's
her.
routine.
I've never
Right,
seen her, but I will be watching this girl.
That was a lovely but both of us ex-outfielders.
It was as quick as Arden's throw. Palace
the
puts
middle.
it up the middle.
No mucking around.
Ortila's running around. No, Waimaria Western comes. Stand up safe at home.
That's it.
Pressure. Te Aroha gets some runs back.
This is what I like.
Ooh, with 1
But
minute
happening now,
30
2
to
runs,
go.
buddy, 2 runs. Runner on Shree.
Now this is a race against time.
So
1
let me
minute
just
22.
confirm, but as soon as this clock is up, that's it.
That's it.
And you have to go back to the last completed innings.
Whatever the score is what it stands.
Wow, these rules.
No,
How
if it doesn't
exciting.
complete, you're right. It does go back. Does it? I'm sure it does.
But I've got to keep referring.
Now, I'm not going to be a game killer. But Bears could just literally take their time. The Blues
Well-
can actually advance a runner if they take their time, because they can give red and yellow cards.
I mean, those of us that watched the men's, the Argentinian in the last World Series, very technical coaching in that one
Oh, most
game.
definitely.
Bang, that's in there, that's in there. Oh, come on, pal.
She's going to come. She's gone. Ooh, down to 2. Utila. Safe at 2.
Certainly
Runners
makes
safe
it
at 3 and 2.
29, 28, 27, 26.
White Sox catcher shows you how it's done. Putting the ball out into the outfield, scoring runs.
9-8, 1 down, bottom of the 4th.
With 17 seconds to go. Are they going to
Oh, and look who's up to bat, eh? Oh, why not? Why not?
10. No, I'm not going to do the countdown.
No.
Watch this space.
Right, Lara, you've got 2 seconds. Just hit it.
Come on, girl.
That's it, mate. Warm up the shoulders. Go at it, Sachi. Go at it. Right hitter to go at. Pressure situation. 1 down. Runners on 2 and 3.
I hope they don't call the hooter because we need this moment right now. Let's go. 9-8.
9-8.
1 all. Bam.
It's really going to come down to the... Oh, you got a
Foul
runner on
ball by
Shri,
Andrews.
Bex.
Ooh. And that's the game,
Oh.
folks. As I said, we had 10 seconds on the countdown. Waitakere Bears pipping Te Aroha by 1 run there. It was 9-8 to the Bears.
Kia ora whānau. Always lovely to be called in to lend a hand on the thing. Uppy, always mean to holler at you behind
bro, thank you for
behind the
joining
camera.
me today. We're both bits dusty this morning, celebrating weddings yesterday, but thank you for putting up with us here at the Rico Sports Centre. Kia ora. Thank you to our
That
Blues.
is game. Oh,
Game?
that is game. 5-4 Northern.
5-4 to Northern. Tony puts the stamp down, and we go into the
5-4.
semi-final. Waitakere Bears versus Te Aroha.
Thank you to the umpires, thank you to the scorers and all the officiators, and we'll see you next time.
And thank you
Kia
to
ora.
Tradestaff, whānau.
Atiawa Toa FM.
Welcome along, ladies and gentlemen, to Fraser Park Sports for Lower Hutt in New Zealand. You're watching the 2023 Softball New Zealand presentation of the Tradestaff Fastball45 National League Grand Finals. I'm Gary Rohi here for Softball New Zealand and the Hutt Valley Softball Association. We're into game 2, so it's finals day today. And the game in front of us right now, when it starts, will be Te Aroha in the third base dugout taking on a Waitakere Bears from the north in the first base dugout. We'll just, while we get the formalities out of the way out there on the diamond, I'll quickly run through the team lists for you. In the first base dugout, we've got Waitakere Bears in their blue strip representing the northern region, and they will be leading off with their batter number 55, O'Shawn Matthews, followed by number 40, Shire Hale. Tyann Bromhead Lamalu comes in next, followed by Rebecca Bromhead. Kyla Bromhead completes the Bromhead triumvirate. Hope Marker, followed by Karina Hale, Kiara Taimai, and rounding out their order will be Kayla Clark. Defensively for Te Aroha, who will be taking the diamond. At right field, we've got Cindy Potai. Centre field, Caitlin Lewin. Left field is Kimi Hia Tangiano. Arini Langdon Lane at shortstop. Lara Andrews in the hot corner. Second base is Ayla Toman. First base, Palace Potter. Pitching out on the hill is Rongamai Luke Royal, and she'll be doing the pitching to catcher Ortila Tavite. Now joining me in my colour commentary will be local softball legend Naomi Shaw. Naomi, as usual, lovely to have you along today.
Morena tātou, everybody. What a beautiful day down here at Fraser Park, and we're going to see some really exciting softball. We're just commentating before Gary on just how quick this game goes, and we've really got to be on our toes even in the commentary, because I was doing some ground commentary last night and lost a few runs on the way. It happens that quickly. So looking forward to a really exciting game here in front of us, and I'm sure we're going to see it all out in front of the diamond.
Well, this is the ball of wax for these two teams, ladies and gentlemen. Lying in wait for them in the grand final will be Kaiapoi from the southern region, and one of these teams will advance to that grand final, which will be coming to you later on in the day. Just about to get underway now out on the mound is, of course, is Rongamai Luke Royal. And this is Fastball 45, ladies and gentlemen. So that means we're starting with a runner out there in first base. Things go fast as this game is only 45 minutes long. It's in the title. You can't forget it. You've got a countdown clock there on the screen for you to have a look at.
And what a great start there for Waitakere Bears, with Ocean Matthews drilling one out to the left field.
There's a nice work there. None down here at the top of the first innings. O'Shawn Matthews advances the runner to 2. Runners at 1 and 2. Things, as I say, things happen fast in this game, and it is hard to keep up for commentary, let alone players and coaches, Naomi. But we do see a 45 evolving into a game that is very much tactically oriented by the coaches, isn't it?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment about this talented young lady in the batter's box, Shire Hale. She's the daughter of Chubby Hale, of course, long stalwart of Auckland softball, and a new addition to the New Zealand White Sox squad.
Shire Hale fouls that one back. Runners at 1 and 2. Of course, the runners for the batting team advance every inning, so we start with 1 in the first innings. You get a runner at 1 and 2 in the second innings, and then you get loaded bags in the third innings. So runs, if you get runs on the board, 2, 3, 4, it only matters at the end of the game if you're still ahead, because they can disappear very fast.
So just prior to this game, Gary and I were here talking, and young Shire was out with her mum on the diamond for at least 10 minutes, fielding balls, throwing. And, that's a mark of a real class athlete, somebody who wants to go further in the game, just doing the extras. Doing
the extras, doing a proper warm-up, doing a complete warm-up. Of course, these two teams met each other in the previous game, which was the completion of the round robin. So that both teams then get to the right to play each other again. 2 balls, 2 strikes on young Shire Hale. This time it's the major semi-final.
Yeah, there was always going to be a tough out, you know, especially with the lefty Shire Hale in the box, and the ball was hit quite softly. So, you know, on base, the runners were allowed to leave a little bit earlier, and they did. And so, the speed of the ball was always going to make it out difficult in at any base on that one.
So the power play is in effect. Waitakere have gone early into their power play, which means, of course, ladies and gentlemen, that Aroha have to drop a fielder. So they have done that.
Yeah, left fielder Kimiano Tangiono goes to the left field foul ball fence to watch.
So, and the other, of course, one of the changes in the rule, as we see Rongamai Luke Royal throw a ball too high in the zone for a ball, is she will only get 3 balls rather than the traditional 4 before the batter is allowed to walk. Now, if you give up a deliberate walk in the power play in this situation, from what I understand, it's 2 bases you are giving up.
Yeah, a bit of pressure on the pitcher out
now
there.
She's 2 balls down there. I mean,
You've got to feel
situation.
for them. You got to feel for them.
Of course, the power play, ladies and gentlemen, lasts 2 batters long. You instigate it, and you really do have to make it count.
But of course, there's also a perfect opportunity for a double play and for Te Aroha to finish this innings out.
Yep, well, there we go. So it's a 2-run advance there, so that'll score 2 runs, ladies and gentlemen. And that is a great timing on the call on the power play by the Waitakere side.
Yeah.
It is now 2-0 to Waitakere.
We were actually commenting, we didn't actually see that power play happen very much yesterday, but I think people have got into the swing of the things.
Yeah.
And certainly, what a great play, offensive play, worked for Waitakere Bears.
So whilst the Fast45 format has been around for a couple of seasons, it is still something that coaches and players are very much getting their heads around as far as the tactics, when to play things and when to not to play things. Very new format. There's a hard hit out to left field. This is going back. It's gone deep. And there we go. There's an automatic home run. It's just laced out there. This time it's by Rebecca Bromhead. So
right,
I'm trying to work out which Bromhead sister.
There's so many of them. What a fabulous hit there from
What
Rebecca
a wonderful
Bromhead.
play from Rebecca Bromhead, as you've seen on the replay.
What a time to deliver first innings, top of the first innings, and that was right off the bat. And of course there was no left field, having called the power play.
Yeah.
Nobody out there to catch the ball anyway, even if it hadn't gone over the fence. So
that was Naomi, the second batter of the power play. There's the replay of the home run, automatic home run over the left field fence, and the Waitakere have taken full advantage of that power play, which of course now ends with full fielding complement back on for Te Aroha.
I have to say, great coaching tactics there by Dion Nukunuku from Waitakere Bears. Well done.
Very attacking play this early in the game. It's something that sometimes coaches might feel they need to leave up their sleeve till later in the game.
Well, up their sleeve later in the game is only 45 minutes long and only 4 innings. So
exactly.
Yeah, you know, there's a real good strategy about attacking early too as well.
Yeah. I'm constantly amazed at the strategy and tactics that can be employed that the modified rules allow, and it makes for an exciting spectacle. Because don't be fooled, ladies and gentlemen, 5-0 is a good score, but it can also, as I said before, disappear very fast.
Turn around quite quickly. Now here's an interesting one. Kyla Bromhead catcher in the batter's box. We've got 3 Bromheads in a row in the batting lineup. Doesn't that really tell us what a whānau sport, what a family sport softball is?
So we've got none out, ladies and gentlemen. So Te Aroha are going to have to really get some outs, and very fast. Having said that, the decks are cleared. It's a restart now for almost a traditional softball situation. So both teams chock full of current, former and junior White Sox players. So very high quality teams out there from both dugouts.
So it's young Hope Maka, second base for Waitakere Bears in the batter's box.
2 strikes on the batter, number 60, Hope Maka.
We're talking about the quickness of the game, and of course the ball has to come back into play pretty quickly, offensively and defensively, otherwise there are penalties. I love that bit, Gary. I'm always telling girls to hustle. And there's a hell of a lot of hustle out here just to make sure that you don't get penalised.
Yes, well, there are penalties for time delays. Of course, if you don't get into that batter's box quick enough, you might just find you've got a strike called on you. And there's a nice comeback by Luke Royal to strike out Hope Market for the first out here in the first innings. And if you look at the timing, we've already used about 9 minutes of this ball game in the first innings, Naomi. So unless you get those outs pretty quickly, there is a lot of time goes by.
That's right. 9 minutes and 5 runs scored. So here's young Karina. I was going to say young Karina Hale. Should be pleased with that. Karina Hale, mum of Shire Hale that we were talking about earlier on. Karina's had a long history in the game, and of course brother Donny Hale with the Black Sox as well too.
Isn't that fantastic? 2 generations on the diamond at the same time.
Yeah.
Not just with them, but also with the Bromhead family.
That's right. And the Bromheads, we've got a mum, we've got an auntie, and we've got a daughter. And now with Karina, we've got a mum and a daughter as well too.
Number 95, Karina Hale for the Waitakere Bears. Top of the first inning here. 2 outs.
Straight up centre field by Karina Hale. Nicely taken out there, and that will end that innings.
Nice catch lined up there by Caitlin Lewin.
So at the end of the top half of the first innings, it's Waitakere have taken full advantage of their at-bat to lead the ball game over to Aroha by 5 runs to 0. We'll be back in just a minute. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Fraser Park, Sportsville, for the Tradestaff Fastball45 National League Grand Finals. Underway here in the bottom of the first innings, and we've seen a bunt get put down. And there we go, the out was not executed.
Yeah, a little bit of misunderstanding there from second base, Hope Marker, I think. Beautifully executed sacrifice bunt there by Rongamai Luke Royal. So that puts Te Aroha in a really good position with runners on first and second. And coming into the batter's box, left field or right fielder now, Cindy Portai.
So Te Aroha started off with the runner at 1. They now have runners at 1 and 2. Cindy Portai, another one of the extremely experienced players out there.
But of course, with so many runners on base, Gary, what exists is an opportunity for a double play to close the innings out.
Yep.
And we observed a lot of those in the earlier games, and they do make a difference getting runners off base.
So as Naomi's just mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, if there is a double play, in other words, a 1 out followed immediately by a second out, that will end the innings. So, you know, there's so much that can happen in this format of softball, Fast 45.
Yeah, so much quick thinking needs to go on for coaches and players.
Yep.
Oh, and the officials as well, the umpires, and that's why we've got 4 of them out there. But yeah, so much happens in a very short space of time. That's what makes it so exciting.
There we've seen one pushed out to second base. This time the out is executed, but not before the runners at 1 and 2 are able to get across 2 scoring positions. Nice bunt.
I have been really impressed with the bunting here. I mean, it's a big part of this Fastball 45 game. You know, whether you're executing sacrifice bunts or a squeeze suicide bunt.
Yeah.
And now with a runner on third base and opportunities exist for Te Aroha to put a squeeze in. Waitakere Bears defence will be very aware of that.
Well, a successful squeeze play gets you an extra run as well, doesn't it?
That's right. It's only the bottom of the first innings. It's so much action, Gary.
So much action, but there's so much that could happen. You know.
Here we go. There's the squeeze. And nicely executed. Well done.
So we'll probably see the umpires consult, and if that was a successful squeeze play, will we see the signal for 2 runs scored?
1 run.
Oh, when you're up 1 run scored.
One run scored on that one.
Yeah. That was a bit of an odd one, wasn't it? I'd like to see
Yeah.
that. It was on a change-up pitch, and it kind of fell behind the catcher. So the bunt wasn't actually executed, was it?
No, it's an interesting
It was
one.
missed.
Yeah.
The runner still scored.
I'm glad the umpires knew what was happening there. I might have called that 2 runs. And then, of course, the score would have been wrong. But 5-1 it is. 5-1 it is with 1 out. And we've got a runner on 3. We're coming up to fully a third of the ball game through time-wise now already.
1 ball, 2 strikes, sorry.
That one low in the zone.
This is down low outside the zone.
Well, the opportunity to call the power play has become more and more a loaded bags play, so long as you don't have multiple outs.
That's right.
It's almost a given that that'll get called.
It's a great play to make, but it's also a risky one. You really got
Yeah.
to do it at the right time, and fingers
Yeah.
crossed almost.
I think in that situation, probably the only time a coach wouldn't call it is if they were up by a lot of runs.
Yep, that's right.
Coming back after some exciting play from Waitakere Bears in the first set.
Right, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Runners on the corners now.
1 and 3. 1 out.
Up to bat number 90 to Atiawa Toa.
I won't be surprised to see a squeeze bunt come in here.
Yeah, or they'll be looking for extra runs because,
5-1.
5-1, yeah. Yep, we've got time ticking
There it
down.
goes. Here it is. Oh, missed. And
We've got the run
caught
down
in the
involved.
run down here.
Yep. Hey, Korea, can they have too much pace for Cindy Potai?
Perfectly executed run down there by Waitakere Bears. Not unexpected that a squeeze was going to happen, and they were ready for it. Well done. Love the fact that Karina Hale come across from first and got really involved in that run down.
Just shows her experience there to get involved and make the play
Absolutely.
herself.
Yeah.
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 Trying to come home on the squeeze play. Number 19. Atiawa Toa into the batter's box.
1 ball, 1 strike on the batter here, ladies and gentlemen.
So
And,
Atiawa Toa
2 down.
new addition to the New Zealand White Sox team, going to the qualifying series in Italy later this year.
Full strike in the zone. 1 strike clear.
A very talented softballer.
Sorry, I shouldn't say squad. It's actually a team travelling to the qualifiers in Italy.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
What a wonderful trip.
Yeah.
And there's a nice job out there on the mound by Sashi Clark. She strikes out at Atiawa Toa for the 3rd out. The Aroha reply with 1 run of their own at the bottom of the first innings. A trail in this ball game against Waitakere by 5 runs to 1.
What are you up to, Matai?
Reversing. I start a new job driving a forklift on Monday.
I thought you worked in an office.
Don't limit yourself, Brian. It's never too late to make smarter choices. How's Karen?
Take control of your career with Tradestaff.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 1 innings complete in this Fastball45 Tradestaff National Tournament. We've got Waitakere taking on Te Aroha out there. It's Waitakere who have the early lead by 5 runs to 1 over Te Aroha. Waitakere out there doing the batting with Kiara Taimai out there.
Nice to see young Kiara Taimai back in the game. She spent a season down here in the Hutt Valley 2 seasons ago playing for Saints Softball Club in the Hutt Valley, and now she's gone back to her original club, Waitakere Bears, and is a mother of a beautiful child.
And she's hit one hard out to left field. It's going deep. The left fielder's gotten out
Nice
there
catch.
nicely. Takes it over her shoulder and made that look pretty easy in the end. Fires the ball back in.
That was
the
a
runners,
great day.
The runners, of course, they started with runners at 1 and 2, have now advanced to 2 and 3 with one down in the inning.
Lovely catch in left field, and on my sheet it says Kamihia Tangiano. I suspect it's my niece Waimarie Weston out there in left field. Lovely catch, and had she got that throw in quickly to third base, it may have been a double play and the inning's over.
So, of course, changes in the field are communicated directly to the scorers. They don't go via the umpires in this format.
No, so it's a little,
bit
thinking
confusing.
on our feet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Thinking on our feet, yes.
Normally we would see a change made via the umpires and we'd be able to pick it up.
Oh, well, I did recognise my niece,
Yeah,
which was a good start.
Handy to have you aboard, Naomi. Handy to have you aboard.
So there was a little bit of a failed suicide squeeze there from Waitakere Bears. Didn't quite come off, and they were lucky to get out of it as well too. So no rundown in there. A little bit of a question going on here. I'm not quite sure what.
Check.
Looks like we have an injury.
An injury.
Second base, yeah. Running out to second base to take over those duties is Rebecca Bromhead. She would have been the last batter in the hitting lineup. So she'll be going out there to replace that runner.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
So Waitakere, you put a runner out there at second base. Runners at second and third for Waitakere.
One ball.
And the bat will be number 22, Kayla Clark, who flies one into second base, who drops the ball. And there's an error you'll wait a long time to see Laura Andrews ever make again.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic. But I guess it's the pressure of the game. And I was just going to say how well she was tracking back. I was watching the footwork, and then the ball was dropped.
Well, it
but
looked like
it
she
happens
just
to everybody.
took her eyes off it at the last moment as the runner was steaming towards home. That will advance the score now to Waitakere 6 to Te Araha's 1. She will, of course, beat herself up over that area far harder than anyone else will.
She sure will. Yeah, but she does regularly play third base, and it's quite difficult to change the other side of the field at a different distance.
Of course, they brought Hope Weber into who regularly plays third base in the Wellington competition.
Yes.
So
Hope Weber and that's right. Hope
custom place.
The rules enable you to bring in 2 pickups from the central region. So Hope Weber from Miramar and Arangi Landon Lane from Central Porirua are playing for Te Aroha here. Arangi's at shortstop.
So of course these teams come to the tournament via winning their regional qualifiers. So they are representing their regions. So although we're calling them Te Aroha and Waitakere, they are also representing northern and central regions.
And of course that strengthens each team that's playing here, doesn't it, when you're able to pick up a couple of players handy players from within your region. And so, you know, the bigger the challenge for every team playing here.
Yep, and of course the winner of this northern and central region semi-final goes on to meet the champion from the southern region, who is in wait as we see a ball lined into foul territory, who is Kaiapoi. Very well performed Canterbury team.
Oh, I was very impressed with Kaiapoi, and I think one of the features of their day yesterday in the games that I watched was the number of double plays that they were able to execute. One game I was commentating on was that I think they had 2 double plays in the first 2 innings, so it meant that their opposition only got 2 batters in the box.
Yeah.
That's how quickly it happened, and the game only went to 24 minutes.
Exactly, it was so quick. A 45, we call it fast 45, well that was a fast 24 to complete an entire game. There we see a walk this time, and that's going to put runners on the loaded bags, in fact, for Waitakere, bringing to bat the
number 40, Shire Hale.
Number 40, Shire Hale.
It was formerly Ocean Matthews.
Ocean Matthews out
who's
there,
got the walk down to 1. That's a pretty big hit.
And we got that would have been a home run if it hadn't gone into foul territory. Just to give you a little bit of an indication of the power of Shire Hale.
Though, as we were commenting before, it's a little bit difficult to try and keep up. We have to really watch what happens with the numbers because there's no scorers coming off over telling us what's happening out here.
That's right, yep.
So we have to be as alert as everybody else in this game.
1-1 in there this time, and it's again we're in a situation where the TA need outs. Ideal opportunity with loaded bags to execute a double play.
Here's an interesting situation. Runners are forced off base. Yeah, she's breaking for the plate. Play at the plate. Oh, great tag. Well played there by Palaspota.
Nice
well
work
played
by TA to defuse that situation.
Yes.
The Waitakere there deliberately instigated that run down in that situation.
And good on them, because with 6 runs up or 5 runs up, you know, it doesn't matter if it doesn't come off. But yeah, well executed there by Pelly. Chase the runner down between 1 and 2 and then turn on the runner breaking from third base to the plate. And nice tag out there by Atiawa.
Now there's a hard hit by Shire Howell. It's gone over the head of the centre fielder. This is going to move the runners from 2 and 3 past home plate. And there's a wonderful piece of batting by Shire Howell this time to score 2 runners.
Boy, was that a line drive and a half. I
was.
think that went straight all the way off the bat and just straight over the top of the head of Caitlin Lewin. Maybe she was a little bit slow on getting to that, but certainly well hit.
Very hard and very hard hit. That'll bring the bat... where are we at this time? They made another change?
No, it's Tian.
Number 70.
Number 70, Tian Bromhead Leamalu, one of the Bromhead whānau, daughter of Kyla Bromhead, and she's playing in left field.
Runner at 2 now, gets a big lead now. Of course, we're seeing them go just a little bit earlier than they would in softball. That is allowed. You talk about the pitcher's arm position. Well, when they get to what's known as the 9 o'clock position, the runners are allowed to take off before that ball leaves the hand.
Yeah, that's a tough one for the umpires to judge, because we're so used to judging them off the release,
Yeah.
you know, at the hip of once the ball leaves the pitcher's hand. But yeah, you're quite right, 9 o'clock. And yesterday we saw one young lady take off, and she was about 3/4 of the way down the pace before the ball had been hit. So everyone was learning.
She was almost in another time zone in that one. But yeah, so they do get a little bit of allowance for leaving the base a little bit earlier, whereas of course in the normal format of softball, you're not allowed to leave until that ball the pitch is released from the hand.
Well, there was a bit of an unchallenged steal there, nicely played by Waitakere Bears, and no play from TA.
So into bat is number 65, Rebecca Bromhead. Here in the top of the second innings, and time's going fast. There's only 20 minutes left to go, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, in the event of an unfinished innings, the score reverts to the previous complete innings.
It was Bromhead who put the ball well over the fence to give Waitakere Bears that lead in the first innings.
You'd almost be tempted to put her on base and bring that double play back.
Well, that's not a bad thought there, Gary.
There's a pitch on the inside. Called a ball. Interesting period of the game now. TA need to do whatever they can do to get into get themselves in and batting.
But the nature of this game allows them to come back in any innings as long as they get a turn.
Gives up the walk. Loaded bases, and the double play very much comes into play if there wasn't already 2 outs.
But it does make it easy to get an out at any base. So, yep. Loaded bases, there's an opportunity exists to get you make it a little bit easier on yourself by just taking the base.
Number 16, Kyla Bromhead into bat.
Not easy when you start your pitching routine with a ball. And the situation is particularly tough on the pitchers with only 3 balls.
It's a sport that doesn't favour the pitcher in this format.
No.
Here we see a hard hit down the third base line. Goes foul. And of course, we're time-wise now, Waitakere can just take whatever they need within the rules to do whatever they want, really, with a 7-run lead. And as you'll hear, that ball landed directly on top of our commentary position.
Next game scheduled here is 11:30 a.m.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Loaded bags here in the National Fastball 45 semi-final between TA and Waitakere.
Just missed the inside. Puts the pressure back on the pitcher again. Luke Royal doing a fine job out there. Bit of a lonely position in this type of game, isn't it?
I think sometimes pitchers almost get caught working too much around the zone in this format.
Yeah, you've got to rely on the rest of your field.
Yeah, be a bit more direct.
Yeah.
And there's a fly ball out to left field. Comfortably taken this time, and that will end the innings. Waitakere once again stretching things out. They lead this ball game over Te Aroha by 8-1. We'll be back in a few very short seconds.
When the radio's on and the sound is hot, you just have to enjoy. There's no way to stop. That's where it sounds like the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest. We let the music speak. All the best throwbacks, 90s and more. Atiawa Toa. All the best throwbacks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're now in the bottom of the second innings here in the Fast 45 game between Waitakere and Te Aroha. Everything ahead of Te Aroha to do now. They have runners out there at 1 and 2 automatically with Lara Andrews up to bat for them.
And what a great position in the batting order for TA to start with. New Zealand White Sox captain Lara Andrews with runners on 1 and 2. Chasing 7 runs here.
And those sorts of amount of runs can disappear very fast if teams get a roll on with the bat.
And those runs can disappear pretty quickly if Waitakere Bears get a double play.
Yeah. Of course, it's always possible.
We're talking about the pressure on the pitchers in the field. Young Sachi Clark, I think, is doing a really good job for Waitakere Bears, holding it together out there. She's got a really good catcher, and Kylie Bromhead too as well. Great battery combination.
She's looking and has done since the previous game, very much on the outside of that plate and just working that area.
So young Sachi played for my Saints softball team in the Bev Smith Memorial Tournament earlier last year. She was successful. She had a great tour.
Here we go. Hanging in there now is Lara Andrews. Still plenty of time in this ball game for Te Aroha to get those runs back. They need to start immediately. And as Naomi mentioned, they need to avoid hitting themselves into a double play.
15 minutes still in this game. So, there's still possibly another innings here. Two
and 2 is the call on Lara Andrews. 2 runners on base for Te Aroha. And there we go. Lara Andrews doing the job she's there to do. Advance the runners. Power play was called, so that is going to score a runner. 2 bases, of course, on that power play.
Yeah.
With the walk.
And that's the extra pressure that's on the pitches.
Yep.
Yep.
So 8 runs to 2 now between Waitakere and Te Aroha.
They're not only short-changed with the number of balls to pitch, but the pressure goes on if you do walk somebody in a power play.
Yes, definitely.
Batter in the box is Arani Landon Lane. She plays out of Central Sport from Pururua, and she's Te Aroha's pickup player for this tournament. Talented young family. All of the kids play everything. Greatly supported by Dad, Tani, Mum, Medi. Lovely.
There we go. Arini's lined one out to right field in the power play. That's going to score 1. Lara Andrews is also going to come around and score. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Te Aroha have half their deficit. They now trail Waitakere by 8 runs to 4.
This goes to show how quickly this can turn around.
Yep. And that is great production from the middle order of the Te Aroha. They bring to bat number 85, Caitlin Lewin.
And of course, the danger's not over yet for Waitakere Bears. Caitlin Lewin is a pretty strong hitter of the ball.
Of course, that was the second batter of the power play, so normal fielding positions have resumed.
Things are happening so quickly, I didn't even notice that power play. If you hadn't mentioned it, Gary, but I see that there's 9 fielders out there now, so Waitakere Bears will be a bit happier about that.
Well, both teams have taken full advantage of their power plays to score multiple runs, so, great kudos to both coaches. We see a hit by Lewin, goes out towards centre right field. Rennie Landon Lane shows a fine turn of speed to go all the way from first to home plate.
Great base running there by Papanui. That was actually a shallow right field hit, and to score from first base is she's got a decent set of heels there. Showed us a decent set of heels.
So we did say that large leads can disappear very quickly in this ball game, ladies and gentlemen. Well, now it's 8-5. Te Aroha v Waitakere.
Coming into the batter's box is number 66, Waimaria Weston, who replaced Kimahia Tangiano.
Waimaria Weston, who has been fielding out at left field, immediately goes to drop the bunt to try and move that runner. Let's not forget that there's none outs. It's Waitakere under pressure now, who need outs in this ball game. And Te Aroha are storming back into this one.
And with only chasing 2 runs, I think sacrifice bunting is a useful strategy.
They do have the option now, Naomi, of giving away 1, possibly 2 outs. That's not going to help, though, as we see very near a double play. Nice work by first baseman Karina Hale to take that catch.
Oh, look, I think she was pretty quick onto that ball. Karina plays a very, very aggressive first base, or her fielding position is very aggressive, so she made just what was probably quite a difficult out sometimes, just look easy, and lined herself up for a go at that double play at first.
Well, Waitakere can't breathe easy on this one because Hope Weber up to bat. Very powerful batter out of Miramar in the Wellington competition, and she is fully capable of launching this one over the fence. In fact, she does it with monotonous regularity at times.
It's great to see women's distance fences out there, which
It
gives
is
women an opportunity to do that. And you quite rightly said, Gary, that Hope does have the ability to put the ball over the fence, and does so quite regularly, over the fence and to the fence.
That's a lovely pitch out there. This time, Sachi Clark fires one past Hope Weber for a strike. Just a runner on 1 now for TA. They need to get those bases full of bodies.
Hope Weber plays for the Miramar Softball Club in Wellington and is Te Aroha's pick-up for this tournament.
Two balls and 1 strike. A lot of pressure now on young Sachi Clark in this one. There's still plenty of time to go in this ball game. We're only at 9 minutes, 45 seconds. And there we go, Hope Weber. She gets herself a walk to take Te Aroha back to the top of their order. That'll bring to bat number 50, Rongomai Luke Royal.
You would think that the game was over with a substantial lead that Waitakere Bears had before, but it certainly isn't. They have come back in the innings to add some pressure. Coming on to the field to replace Sachi Clark is Shia Hale.
Shia Hale, of course, in this format only gets 1
One
warm-up
warm-up pitch, and she's come off the field to go straight in there. She hasn't had a chance to warm up outside at all. Difficult position for her to be in as well, too. Interesting, she bats left, pitches right.
She bats very well left-handed as well. Let's see how good she goes. Very direct for the first pitch.
Oh.
As we see the pick-off at second base, unsuccessful.
Nice shot, though. May have caught the runner off at base.
Just a little bit, eh?
Yes. Batter in the box, pitcher for Te Aroha Rongamai, Luke Royal.
So Rongamai not only leading the batting off, but also doing the pitching on the hill for...
Certainly no rest for the where he is there. And of course, that's a part of the game that I really like, Gary. You know, when they brought the old designated hitter rule in, it kind of left a lot of the pitchers on the sideline just to pitch. But here we're seeing pitchers that are quite active in the batter's box, stealing bases, sliding, having fun playing the ball game, not just pitching.
Absolutely, it's too much of a fun part of the ball game to give up.
Yeah.
For pitchers to be denied, and I'm sure there's plenty of pitchers out there who wish they were hitting at times.
Yes. Well, they certainly know where the zone is, don't they? So.
Exactly, yeah. They should never be easy out, should they? There's a nice job for Karina Howe to come straight onto the mound and strike out Rongamai Luke Royal for the second out.
One
bottom of
warm-up
the second
pitch.
innings.
One warm-up pitch and straight into a strikeout. Well done.
Exactly what Waitakere would have been looking for in this situation. Of course, when we go into the third innings, which it looks likely that we will, of course they'll start with loaded bases in that one.
We talked about the 10 minutes, a bit of a workout that she had prior to this game, and none of it was pitching. So she's come straight off the field into pitching with one warm-up pitch.
Also with a great big smile on her face. What awesome to see. Awesome to see. Well, she's got that one high up on the barrel for the batter, who hits it out to second base, tosses it into first base for the third out, and that's a nice job of getting out of that dangerous situation by Waitakere as Te Aroha stormed back into the ball game and now trailing this one by 8-5. We'll be back in just a minute for the final 6 minutes of this ball game.
What's he up to now?
Probably working on his career.
Oh. What are you up to, Matai?
Reversing.
Have you got your ticket?
Yep. I start a new job driving a forklift on Monday.
I thought you worked in an office.
Don't limit yourself, Brian. It's never too late to make smarter choices. How's Karen?
Take control of your career with Tradestaff.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The innings is underway. We're in the third innings now of this ball game. It's gotten very exciting, and now Waitakere have runners at 1, 2, and 3 as we're in the third innings. Up to bat for them will be number 60, Hope Marker. A change on the hill for... No, sorry, that's Rongamai. I was going to say a change of pitcher, but no, that was Waitakere.
Yeah. And so you said it's just gotten exciting. It's been exciting right from the very first pitch ball, Gary. But yeah, this is a fabulous situation to score some runs. That's going to be...
Well, here we go straight away. That'll be an infield fly.
Yeah.
For the first out. Exactly what TA wanted in this situation. Karina Howell, number 95, up to bat. She'll be wanting to get it out on that grassy area out there somewhere, anywhere.
Karina's played a number of positions in her time, but she was a pretty useful pitcher. At one time I picked her up for Hutt Valley. We won the NFC national title with Karina pitching on the mound, and she had her baby daughter Shire in the pram at that time. It must have been a few years ago.
I was going to say, you've got Shire out there doing the job for Waitakere now.
Yeah.
Here we go. This time, of course, let's not forget, 3 balls for the walk. It's 2 balls and 1 strike on Karina Howell in this one. A lot of pressure on young Rongamai Luke Royal. She throws a strike into Karina Howell's zone. He laces it into foul territory as hard as I've seen a ball hit today.
I really like her aggressive approach to hitting, not looking for a walk.
Yeah.
Anything that strays in there, she's going after.
And there we
Now
go.
walk
She
and
does succumb to the pressure on this one. Walks Karina Howe, and that'll give up another run. Maybe a little bit of insurance there this time for Waitakere. The time is beginning to slip away for Te Aroha. There's 3 minutes and 4 seconds to go. They're going to be desperate for possibly a double play.
Better in the box for Waitakere Bears, Kiara Taimai.
One down here in the top of the third.
On one.
I wondered when they were going to bring a runner out there on first base.
And the new runner is Tyler Morrison.
There was also a new addition to the New Zealand White Sox squad as a pitcher. By all accounts, a handy runner as well.
1 ball, 2 strikes this time on Kiara Taimai. As things are just beginning to count down on the Te Aroha's prospects in this ball game. Of course, being behind in every innings, if it is counted back to previous innings, they will lose the ball game. So very much needing an out here. So we see our ball, which a lovely attempt at the catch out there by young Western.
Yeah, nice try. A shot at a diving catch there.
Yeah.
Would definitely have scored a runner from third base, but great attempt there by Waimaria Western. As you say, Gary, you know, the coaches got to have their eye on the field, what goes on. They've also got to have an eye on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's counting down.
You have to have an eye on that clock all the time and modify and adjust your plays accordingly.
Yes. Oh, lovely play there by shortstop Anani Landon Lane. The heat taken off the hit from Rongamai Luke Worrell off her leg into the waiting hands of Landon Lane to take the out at first. Nice play.
Anna, we mentioned before we went to air, Naomi, that what we haven't seen is the coaches and team's ability. They can actually end an innings by declaring an innings.
Yes.
I'm just thinking back to the previous innings. As we hear the who to go, where possibly Te Aroha might have had the opportunity on that advance of their runs to just end things and get back into the dugout another minute earlier. But having said that, we talked about the slow ticker time. Well, it's timed out for Te Aroha in this one. They'll lose the ball game over Waitakere Bears. We'll hear the final score.
It's the end of the game, folks. Northern wins 8-4.
There you go, Coach. The umpire's call there with Northern Waitakere Bears winning this game over Central Te Aroha by 8-4. Naomi, a great game of Fast 45.
Oh, it's so exciting, Gary. We've got to be on our toes too as much as everybody else out here. So no, fantastic ball game. Full credit to both teams participating in this exciting competition. Well done.
Well, it was a fantastic ball game. Waitakere, who stole the early lead, managed to keep it. They'll advance to the grand final. Waiting for them will be Kaiapoi from the southern region. So there's your grand finalists. They'll be back soon, but don't go anywhere as we've got action from the men's competition coming your way in just a few minutes time. But for myself, Gary Rohihi, my colour commentator Naomi Shaw, Adrian Royal and the rest of the team of Ballpark Broadcasting, we'll say goodbye for this game and we'll see you back here in just a few minutes time.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, to Fraser Park Sportsville in Lower Hutt for the 2023 Tradestaff Fastball 45. It's day 2, and we are watching North versus South. The Mount Albert Ramblers taking on ELE Papanui. And we've had our first pitch. Ben Watts on the hill for Papanui. Gets a called strike from umpire TK. Damien Collins with the play-by-play in the booth, along with calling the colour, Daryl Marino. Welcome to the broadcast, Daryl.
Yeah, thanks, Damien. We're looking forward to a big day today.
It is warm. The cloud has come in, but it's still hot down here at Fraser Park for this Fastball 45 action. Ramblers in at bat first. In their normal colours, luckily enough. Papanui have got the navy blue, but no yellow in theirs. Of course, the 3 qualifiers from North, Central and South have booked their spot in these finals for the Fastball 45, back after a couple years absent. Leading off for Ramblers is Bradley Bennett, the centre fielder. Goes low to get that one, but Watt's just too fast for him. Will get the strikeout for the first outs.
Yeah, nice pitch by Ben Watts down in the zone. Bradley Bennett just chasing a little out there.
Well, someone who had a bat yesterday. Captain Fantastic, Mr. Trustworthy, Cole Evans in a bat now. Leaves that down low.
He certainly had a night out last night with the bat and in the field as well. Something we come to expect with Cole.
Oh, he knows how to do it. Our young Black Sox captain has led this Ramblers side for the last few years under the tutelage of Nathan Nukunuku. Good little battle here between Watts and Evans. Would have got to know each other a bit more early in the summer. Ben getting the call up for the International Invitational at Calhoun Park in Palmerston North. Talked to Ben before this game, Scoob, and he's not a fan. He's not a fan of the Fastball 45. He likes to nibble at the zone. 3 balls, not so much.
Yeah, I think if you ask any pitcher in the ground, they'd probably have the same thinking as Ben. It's not really a game built for them, unfortunately, but yeah, it's built for spectatorship.
Yeah, and we love it. And there you go, the 3 balls will give Cole Evans the base. Ramblers now with runners on 1 and 2. That's going to bring to bat the left fielder, Connor Peden. Pretty handy with the stick himself. Hitting in the 3 spot. Of course, if you're just new to Fastball 45 coming in with us, the first inning starts with a runner on first. Second innings 1 and 2. Third innings loaded bases. And fourth, if needed, first and third. Runners on the corners. This one, Ramblers starting off. 1 down, 2 runners on. If anyone can get a spark going, Peden can connect. Watts trying to get that inside.
Yeah, if the way the wind's blowing today, Connor gets hold of one. Could end up in nine-eye.
Win at Fraser Park? Surely not. But you do see the tree behind centre field is the only one kind of rustling. Sends that foul, does Peden. Looks to Coach Nate for the call. Runners for Ramblers will get an early jump, of course. You see runners more and more confident about that early leave as the games go on. Squares up for the bunt. They try for the pick-off. And safe on third is they put out Oscar Clark to do the running.
Yeah, stolen base there for Oscar Clark. He also stole from second to three last night. So Coach Nukunuku has a lot of confidence in Oscar's running. And as you say, we've been able to leave a little bit earlier. So all that Oscar needs to get himself across the bases.
Foul ball there. Kalamua comes and scoops it up.
I think that's the only change Ramblers have today from the game last night, is that Oscar Clark's in the field for this game. It looks like he's replacing Lewis Gerard, who played over on first base.
Also Ryan Early in for DP Floyd Nola yesterday. I saw him warming up this morning though. He'll be ready to go. Ramblers definitely utilising both pitches yesterday. In at bat now is the designated player Maddox Rice. Playing in a right field yesterday. Just here to do the work with the stick here. The field's still set pretty traditionally. Down low from Watts for the ball.
Yeah, nice job by catcher Luboski then. Snag that one. That's one of the advantages of the turf, extra turf.
Yeah, Josh Luboski behind the dish. Knows Watts pretty well. Tall timber. Able to claw any of those balls. Loaded bases for Ramblers. None out. Sorry, one out. Bradley Bennett, the strikeout, leading off. Watts working hard on the hill here. Goes down low again. He's trying to get the bottom of the zone, but they just keep on going a tad too low. 2-2 the count from umpire TK.
Yeah, as we spoke about, it's a game where pitchers can't really nibble around the zone, and the hitters, they can tighten up their zone a little.
Inside fouled off from Maddox Rice. Looking at this this lineup here of Ramblers from top to bottom, you got explosive players that can change a game in a heartbeat. Bar a few boys from United, it's mostly the NFC team. Maddox Rice goes down swinging for the second outs, and that's going to bring to bat the first baseman in this one, Reese Evans, usually on the hot corner. Reese Evans looking to bat in. Some runners here, and that's exactly what he does, getting between the 8-9 spot. That's going to score one. That's going to score his brother. Peden comes waltzing around, and that's going to score three to open the account for Ramblers. And that's what can happen. Reese Evans with a great shot in between centre and right.
Yeah, great piece of hitting by Reese. Pretty patient and hitting through the centre right hole. Exactly where you want on that right side of the diamond, so to give your runner a chance to score from first base.
No, from Evans to Evans. Brock Evans now, the lefty of the family.
Brock Evans in the batter's box here for
He's got a clean slate now. time to get himself on. Oh no, he's got his brother on at second. Directly behind the umpire here. Two down in the top of the first here. Ramblers with their first runs on the board. Tigers looking to get out of this innings here. Fouled away down the third line.
The opportunity here for Brock. I think he was hitting about 8, I think, last night, so moved up the order a little bit.
The younger one of the three.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Five players in this lineup from 2 families. Not too bad. Gets that outside corner. Tony Kairuna calls the strikeout call. And that will retire the side. But not before Ramblers get 3 on the board after loaded bases. And Reese Evans with a shot in between centre field and right to open the account for Mount Alva Ramblers, representing the North here at the Fastball 45 finals. As we update everything, the outs only going with the strikeouts there for Tigers, but now they're going to come in and do it with the sticks. We'll set the field for you for Ramblers. On the mound is Tane Slaughter. Doing the catching is Max Early. On first base, Reese Evans. Second base, Brock Evans. And third base, Oscar Clark. And the shortstop is Cole Evans. Left field, Connor Peden. Centre field, Bradley Bennett. And right field, Ryan Early. Leading off for ELE Papanui Tigers is number 33, the centre fielder, Josh Dixon. And on deck is Jacko Watt. Puts down the bunt to move that first runner. Brock Evans gets there in time. So the sacrifice bunt moved the runner. Tigers 1 down. Runner on 2. Going to bring to bat the right fielder, Jackson Watt. One of the characters from this team, for sure. Sees the first pitch, clip in the corner for the called strike. Oh, here we see some movement from the Ramblers field. This is what you're going to see in Fastball 45, not setting up the traditional way. They almost shift one of the infield, well, they did before, over to shortstop, having two right in the middle, and letting the first base, Reese Evans, gobble all that corner. What thinks about that? Thinks against it, and lets it go by for the ball. You see Brock Evans set up quite close to second. They'll be looking for a pickoff. One ball, 2 strikes the call now. Slaughter takes some pace off that one, and Jackson Watt sends it straight in up the middle between his legs, and he'll get a double on the throw over Early's behind the dish. And that's going to score the first run from Papanui, and that's exactly how they want to answer back after the 3 runs from Ramblers, Scoop.
Yeah, that's right. It's a great piece of hitting again from Jackson. Could have been a close play at home. Should had Bradley Bennett throwing that on the money, but Papanui would be very happy with that, to answering back to the start Ramblers had.
Mitchell Finney now. The shortstop in a bat. Young man with pace. Batting in the 3 spot here. Gets him swinging for strike 2. It's going to put him in the hole. 0-2 now. Finney, left-handed batter. Crowds the plate and tries to go on the outside for fouled away.
Yeah, Papanui stacked with the lineup. It's really good at contact hitting. Not necessarily full of power, but they will move the ball and get their runners moving.
Papanui, one of the powerhouses down in Canterbury. That goes past the glove of Early. Slaughter says, my bad. And Jackson Watt will advance to 3. 1 ball, 2 strikes with runner in scoring position. 1 down here in the bottom of the first. Finney right over that plate there. Leaves it outside to go level 2-2.
It's a good zone. I think the coach wanted to put something on them, but Finney didn't look down.
Well, he's put it up, and by all accounts, centre should have it, and Bradley Bennett does, going back to the fence, but Jackson Watt tags up and goes strolling into home for the second run of the Tigers' account here today.
Yeah, ball got up quite high and carried a little on Bradley Bennett out there in centre field.
That win you were talking about, Scooby, know it well here, don't you?
It's caused me a few issues in the past.
Oh, that even spun off Early's glove. Josh Lubueski, the catcher, in a bat now. Different contrast from Mitchell Finney, who was right over the plate. Josh, back of the box. Going to use all that height that he's got. He fouls that away. One ball, 2 strikes to the call now on Lubueski. Lubueski sending it down to second base, Brock Evans, who makes no mistake about that. Getting it over to his brother Reese at first for the 3rd out, and that will retire the side, but not before Papanui notch up a couple runs of their own. So the first innings complete in this one, ladies and gentlemen. We're almost at 20 minutes off the clock, and Mount Albert Ramblers leading this one 3 runs to 2.
What are you up to, Matai?
Reversing. I start a new job driving a forklift on Monday.
I thought you worked in an office.
Don't limit yourself, Brian. It's never too late to make smarter choices. How's Karen?
Take control of your career with Tradestaff.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Fraser Ballpark in the beautiful Hutt Valley for the 2023 Tradestaff Fastball 45 finals. It's the North versus the South. Mount Albert Ramblers versus ELE Papanui Tigers. Top of the second innings here. Ramblers start with 2 runners on. And now those who started on first and second now advance to 3 and 2. Must be getting hot out there. Coach Nukunuku's taken off the hoodie. He's ready to go. Will we see a guest appearance? Who knows?
Nice and aggressive, sending those runners on the first pitch. Catching Papanui a little bit unawares.
No, Nukunuku, he likes to bring strategy to all forms of the game of softball. And I can imagine he's having a field day out there, trying to play his chess out there. Still a very traditional setup there from Tigers out on the field. Oscar Clark goes down swinging for the strike. Out. And that's going to bring to bat with one out. The right fielder, Ryan Early. With Reese Evans at 3. Brock Evans on 2. One down at the top of the second. Everybody looking to get a good bounce with that 9 o'clock leave. Watt's trying to nibble at the zone still. That's what he's used to. That's what he does. But it's a different setup here.
Yeah, sometimes in this format it's changed the mindset a little bit. The squeeze play on.
It was on. That's exactly what they were doing. Of course, squeeze plays are 2 runs in this form of Fastball 45. But that went foul. By all accounts, Reese Evans was gassing it to home. 1 ball, 2 strikes to call now. Outside for the 2-2 count.
2-2, guys. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That voice you hear in the background is umpire TK mic'd up. Leaves that on the outside, and that'll be ball 3. And that's the 3rd walk from Ben Watts on the hill.
Yeah, it's good patient hitting there by Ryan. I suppose he has been mentioned to you when he was talking to you about the 3 balls for a walk. He wasn't a fan of, and yeah, you just say sometimes the mindset needs to change a little bit. You can't go nibbling in this game too much.
Not at all, but I'm sure he's very mindful that this Mount Albert Ramblers side is stacked with hitters. And speed on the bases. Tries to go up on the zone there on Max Early. The catcher. So 4 corners, 2 sets of brothers. Early in the batter's box. Early on first base. Evans on seconds. Evans on third. And he leaves that one for the ball. And Ramblers are going to score another run thanks to that walk. Scoring a run the easy way.
Yeah, I mean, Ben's pitch, when you look at it, in the first innings he got 3 strikeouts, but it was really the walks that caused him some issues after when Reese Evans got his hit. 2 of the runs that scored were off walks, and it's happened again here in this innings.
Temporary runner Oscar Clark comes in. Of course, you don't have to have the 2 down catcher rule. You can just change the runner as long as they're not in the next 4 batters. Any of the team can come out and have a run. And they're going to send in Max Early to get geared up to do some fielding or do some catching. Bradley Bennett in at bat now. The little thrust of the hips that he does in his routine.
Yeah, Bradley shouldn't be looking to relax here and get himself some bat on ball here. Things haven't been going so well from this weekend at this stage. They'll be looking to break that.
Well, we know he can, but not with that swinging at the low ball again. That's his second strikeout and pretty much exactly the same pitch that got him in the first time. So with loaded bases, you're going to send up with 2 down the shortstop, Cole Evans. And I talk about changing a game in a heartbeat. Well, that's what he can do, but he sends it to his counterpart at shortstop there. And Anthony Stewart just able to get it into the glove for the outs. And that's going to retire the side, but not before Mount Albert Ramblers add another one to their total. We're going to go to the bottom of the second here with Ramblers leading Tigers 4-2.
When the radio's on and the sound is hot, you just have to enjoy. There's no way to stop. That's where it sounds like the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest. We let the music speak. All the best throwbacks, 90s and more. Atiawa Toa. All the best throwbacks.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at Fastball45 Finals here at Fraser Ballpark. Papanui Tigers from the south taking on Mount Albert Ramblers from the north. Leading off for Tigers, the first baseman Anthony Stewart. Tigers with runners on first and second. Looks like Mitchell Finney and Josh Dixon out there. Didn't want to send out Jackson Watt to do some running. Stewart, little dribble down 3. Is that a double? No. Well, they get the lead runner. Did Ramblers. They tried for the double play, of course. They will retire the side. Get a double play, you don't need to get that third. Anthony Stewart safe on first. Mitchell Finney on second and outs on third.
Yeah, well, Ramblers playing things a little different here with Connor Pete in the left field, sitting just behind 3. That was him that threw across to first base. Something he wouldn't be used to from that side of the diamond, but
he's really close to that third base, isn't he? They try for the pickoff. Oh! Peden in there. And that's why he was sitting that close. Oscar Clark came up. They thought they had the bag wide open and, you know, safe, good base running. But this is the way that Ramblers are going to play.
yeah, good ball by both teams there.
Absolutely.
Running with Josh Dixon, get himself, Mitchell Finney.
Ball goes back to the dish, back to the screen, sorry. Jaden Britt, the designated player, batting in the 6th spot here. Anthony Stewart now on second base. 1 down, 2 runners on. Bottom of the second. Britt fouls that away. Both Evans, Brock and Reese screaming it to the fence to get the catch, but no, just foul. 2-2 count now. Gets the inside for the strikeout called. Brett thought that was a ball running to first base, but no. That's going to be a KC instead of a BB. And that's going to bring to bat the second baseman, Caleb Stewart. Goes swinging for the first pitch. You do see a lot of first ball swinging in this form of the game as well. Straight through Main Street for the strike called.
Yeah, a lot more first pitch swinging. Yeah. I guess with the 3 balls, I'd probably be inclined to just be a little bit more tighter with my zone.
Well, 2 inside pitches got him swinging, and on that third was the strike out. And that's going to retire the side, leading 2 runners on, unable to convert any and add any runs to their total in the bottom of the second. So Ramblers are going to go to the top of the third, still leading this one over Tigers, 4 runs to 2. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. There you see the crowd starting to fill up here at Fraser Park in the beautiful Hutt Valley. Home sweet home to the 2 of us, Scoop.
Yep, home of softball.
Original home of softball. Nah, home of softball. I still call it that as well. Power play, which means that Papanui lose a fielder. And what better time to play that with loaded bases and Connor Peden into bat. Oscar Clark on third, Bradley Bennett on second, and Cole Evans on first. Connor Peden hitting in the 3 spot today. Goes swinging at the low pitch. Has a moment to come out. Looks over to Coach Nukunuku, who just says, hit the ball. What are you up to? Get it done. So the power play will last for 2 batters. Connor Peden in the first. Nice swing there from Watt. Comes straight down and then curves out.
Yeah, nice pitch. There was, what do you got? Connor swinging that on the first pitch. Tried to go back there again. Connor does a bit more discipline this time.
Watts takes some pace off that one. They just go for the out at a 1 with Ramblers scoring the run of Oscar Clark.
Certainly getting to enjoy running around the bases as Oscar today.
Here we go.
Peden out at 1 with shortstop Mitchell Finney throwing him out. But it's still going to leave 2 runners on, and they've still got the power play. So in the bat now is the designated player, Maddox Rice. And they'll be looking to utilize the 8-man field. Rice fouls that away down first. And that's going to put him in the hole 0-2.
Yeah, a lot of territory. If he can get one line down that right field line, it should be a good contest for him getting home and beating the ball there.
Both left and right field are still out there. They've crept more centre. And that is power play over. Tigers pretty lucky there. or lucky, or did exactly what they needed to by just letting in that one run.
There was a great couple of sets for Ben Watt there. Get through those two hitters.
Lets it loose down low for the ball. Batting in there for Ramblers now is the first baseman, Reese Evans, who hit it straight up the middle in between that 8 and 9 spot. Hardly straight up the middle. It was perfect in between the two outfielders. And he goes for the butt. And they'll get the tag of Bennett trying to creep in home, maybe for the squeeze, but that will be the third out. And a better innings there from the Tigers, but not before Ramblers score another one and add another one to their total. We're going to go to the bottom of the third with Ramblers still leading this one over Papanui, 5 runs to 2. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Bottom of the third here. North versus South. Ramblers from the north. Papanui Tigers from the south. First pitch to Kalamua. With loaded bases. Sends it to centre field, Bradley Bennett. The score, the runner of Josh Lubowiski. And Ramblers hold up the advancing run of Anthony Stewart on second base, with Bradley Bennett gassing it over to Oscar Clark at third. So with one out, that's going to bring to bat Cortea Holmes-Hurst. And like I said earlier, with Ramblers utilising their pitches, they've gone for Floyd Nolan out on the hill. Hits the zone for the strike called. Tigers with runners on 1 and 2. Gets the edge of the zone again for the called strike. 1 ball, 2 strikes the call. Fouled away there. We'll give him another chance. Holmes-Hurst looking to move these runners. Goes short enough to punch it, but goes for the outside pitch. And that will be the second out for the K. Just 6.5 minutes to go in this one. Power play the call now. Josh Dixon in a bat now for Papanui. Ramblers have dropped the infielder, Reese Evans, at first base, has come off. So the first batter there hits it down. Dixon hits it down to second, where Brock just scoops it up and sprints to 1, and that will retire the side. Unfortunately, not utilizing the power play with just that one batter. But we have 3 completed here. We only have 4 innings or 45 minutes in Fastball 45. It's 5.5 minutes to the top to the game's over. So they need to get out there and get it going, because I think under 5 minutes you cannot start another innings. Ramblers now in at bat, leading this one, so it's going to go count back anyway, unless it's a quick 5 minutes. Ramblers run out on the corners.
New pitcher? Okay. Yeah, new pitcher.
Interesting call by Papanui there to use their power play with 2 outs.
There you go.
Yeah, I think they might have forgotten they had it, but they were at the end of the order coming up to the top. Maybe that's what they were waiting for, but Jackson Watt was ready to go in the bat, warming up on deck, but now he's going to come out, do some chucking. Left-hander pitcher gets it past Lubowiski, who tries to get it back in time but can't do it. And Ramblers will add another one to their total with Connor Petengo sliding into home. Reese Evans batting now. One ball the call. Very quick call between the battery here.
So with the power play, I'm not sure myself. It lasts for 2 hitters. Papanui had it for 1 hitter. Do they?
That's a good question. Two balls the count here. Jackson Watt still finding his rhythm. He's only throwing 2 pitches. Tries to get it to curve in, but it just won't do it. And Reese Evans will make his way to first with the walk. With none out, 2 runners on. You can hear that wind picking up in the background. Brock Evans is going to get hit by pitch and make his way to first base, and that's going to load the bases here for Mount Albert Ramblers. It's going to bring into bat number 33, Oscar Clark, playing in the hot corner.
I don't think we're going to get an opportunity to see the answer to that question.
It's a good question, though. We need to find that one out. Jackson Watt trying to get that outside zone. But just can't get it. So 1 ball. Just still trying to clip that outside corner is Watt with that left hand trying to curve it in. Pretty much identical pitch there for the ball, and that's going to bring in another runner here for Ramblers.
So in terms of that question and having the power play for 2 hitters, it doesn't carry through to the next innings. So
Okay.
Yeah, interesting call by Papanui.
And you went to the man Glenn Roth, who came up with this concept.
Yep, might as well go to the...
Might as well. Well, we're almost at time. I hear a buzzer going off in the background. Is that time, or is someone getting a call? Oh, Margaret Marsh getting a call. Ryan Early into bat now. Ramblers still with loaded bases. None out here. They're just going to take their time here. They've already got the lead. Another walk. 3. That's 4 in a row. Walk, hit by pitch, walk, hit, and walk. Jackson Watt coming in cold. Finding it hard to get into his work here. It's going to bring into bat, though. Max Early. That's the pitch that Watt's been looking for.
Yeah, good headed by Max. So after all those walks, he wouldn't be swinging at the first pitch.
Absolutely not. 1-1 the count now. And that is going to be time. And they close it out right there and then. We will go to the official scorers and umpire Tony Kairuna for the official word.
This game, 5-3, Ramblers.
There you have it. Umpire TK with the official word. 5-3 to Ramblers. Mount Albert Ramblers from the north. They're going to sit at the top spot here, booking their spot. Seeded one now for the game in the grand final of the men's. And that will do it here for this one. Yep, that's us done and dusted for this one. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more action live here from Fraser Ballpark. It's 2 versus 3, which will be PCU taking on Tigers. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back with the next game. Ka kite.
Hello and welcome to Fraser Park Sports for Lower Hutt in New Zealand. You're watching the 2023 Softball New Zealand presentation of the Tradestaff Fastball 45 National League Grand Finals. I'm Gary Rohihi here for Softball New Zealand and the Hutt Valley Softball Association on Game 2. Finals day, and we've got a semi-final for you coming at you right now between Porirua City United representing the Central Region versus ELE Papanui representing the Southern Region. Porirua in the third base dugout in their black strip with the green accents, and of course Papanui in the first base dugout with their blue strip and the red accents. Joining me in colour commentary today will be local softball identity Stacey Taylor. Stacey, fantastic to have you along.
Kia ora, Gary. Thank you for having us.
No problem at all, fella. It's semi-final time. Of course, the grand finalist was decided in the last game, and that's Mount Albert Ramblers. So they will be waiting one of these two teams. Should be a decent sort of a ball game in the Fast 45 format ahead of us here, Stacey.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say at the moment, ELE Papanui probably have a little bit of advantage with playing the game before, so they're a little bit warmer, but plenty of hot sticks in that Porirua lineup.
Sure is, and of course, as we saw in this format last night, these two teams played. It was a very close encounter. It was Papanui that eventually came out with the win in that one at 7-5, but this is a new ball game. Both teams are stacked with talent. For internationals plenty in both teams, former, current and junior. So yeah, it should be a fantastic ball game on a beautiful day here at Fraser Park, where we have the game underway, and already ELE Papanui have advanced their runner, who starts the innings on 1-2-2.
Yeah, nice play from Regan Manley there, picking it up and having to actually unload a nice throw over to one to get the out, but runners in scoring position for Papanui.
So one down, Regan Manley doing the throwing there for the out. Jackson Watt up to bat for ELE Papanui, very, very strong hitter. Of course, ELE Papanui, as Stacey just mentioned, played the previous game, going down in a game that Ramblers never really let go of there. Beat them in the end by 8-4, which is a decent sort of a winning margin in this format.
Yeah, Ramblers came out firing in that last game. I think Nathan slowly working his way into the Fast 45 coaching, which I think all of the coaches are, but he obviously something special when it comes to being on the diamond.
Good point you make there, Stacey. It's a new format. It's been going for 2 or 3 seasons now. We see Regan Manley get the strikeout. Strikes out Jackson Watt for the second out. Mitch, that'll bring to bat number 55, Mitchell Finney. Yeah, things are evolving in the Fast 45 format. We're seeing a definite separation in tactics between this format and our traditional inning softball game, and coaches are learning fast.
Yeah, it's much faster, Gary. As coaching last week, you found yourself thinking 3, 4, 5 players ahead instead of 1 or 2.
Yep.
Putting different runners out and making sure you're making contact. And also pitchers are really pumping the zone, which is really cool to see because we get a lot more hits and balls in play, which makes the game much more exciting.
Sure does, and it's a game that's not forgiving for pitchers. So, you know, if they're sort of 4 or 5 runs down in a game in this format, you can generally think that, well, they've had a pretty good game. As we see Bo Bishop take the out at 1 for the third out. Pretty uneventful for Porirua in that one. They don't give up any runs. It's 0 as we're heading towards the bottom of the first innings. We'll stay with it for just a sec, and we'll quickly go through the batting lineup for Porirua. They'll lead off with number 2, Zach Boyd, followed by number 28, Damon Creasy. Taweta Bishop comes in next, followed by Wayne Laulu, Corey Timu, Sam Marley, then Rick Manson, number 10, Aaron Nemia, and rounding out their batting order will be number 12, Tekerika Kupa Nicola. And defensively for ELE Papanui out at right field, Jackson Watt. Centre field is Josh Dixon. Left field, Corsha Holmes-Hurst. At shortstop, Mitchell Finney. In the hot corner, Callum Muir, Caleb Stewart at 2, Ant Stewart at first base. Ben Watts doing the pitching to the catcher, Josh Lubowiski. Not much to separate these two teams. They've got a decent blend of youth and experience, both teams.
Absolutely, the two pitches, one probably at the back end of his career in Regan, and one on the rise with a first taste of international softball from Ben Watts this year.
Yeah, Ben Watts, of course, featured for the Black Sox in the Palmerston North lead-up series to the World Series. He was the alternate standby for the World Series. Didn't make it into the squad for that one, but very impressive at that lead-up tournament in Palmerston North just last year.
Absolutely. And just seen Cooper Nicola there, first to second. This is definitely a kid on the rise. Lightning in his shoes. He's one of the, I would say, fastest movers in softball at the moment.
Yeah, very talented kid, this Cooper Nicola. Came away with a lot of credit from what was probably not the greatest campaign from the juniors in Palmerston North just a couple of seasons ago now. But he was one of the kids that came out of that tournament with quite a lot of credit and has played very well and is indeed on the rise ever since. He's now moved to Wellington to play as softball and is one of the pickup players for Porirua in this tournament. As we see a pop fly out to centre field from Zach Boyd. It's going straight down the throat of the fielder out there. It's going to move Cooper Nicola as he shows us that turn of speed that Stacey just mentioned. So Zach Boyd moves the runner over to third base.
Yeah, I think that just shows you Tikarika's speed, and not often you'll get a tag play from second to third, especially that shallow in the outfield. And especially an arm like Josh Dixon, who not afraid to let it go.
Yeah, nice job. There was no doubt, at least in Cooper Nicola's mind, that he was going to three. And now Porirua with the runner just 60 feet away from scoring and only a one out. And of course that brings to bat Damon Creasy for Porirua.
Yeah, Damon's had a pretty good season all round, pretty good couple of seasons. He's with Stevie Dean's 23 squad. He's made the wider training squad for the Black Sox, so he's another kid on the rise, early 20s, looking to make a name for himself.
Yeah, I've watched Damon play for a number of seasons now. I've been very impressed. Be fair to say that about a season or so ago he started having possibly a little bit of a batting, call it a little bit of batting slump. He's managed to work through that. He's hitting the ball fairly consistently again, and that's good to see because the first thing the old selectors will look at is the ability to get that bat to ball.
Absolutely.
Drops the bunt, it goes down the third base line, just sneaks its way into foul territory. Porirua's intentions there right from the bat. Of course, a successful squeeze play will, of course, net them 2 runs.
Perfect situation, 2 for the squeeze play. We've got speed on 3. We've got a contact hitter at the plate and someone that is hitting up the order and is used to putting down these bunts. So definitely a great situation to call that play.
Well, 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. It was ideal situation. This time he's put one gently up the middle of the park, and that's going to give Cooper Nicola a time to stroll in for Porirua's first run of the ball game, and that's a nice job done by Damon Creasy to get things going.
It's a great bit of hitting by Damon. Actually, he held his hands back on a change. It was a floated change, looked like it was curving away from him, just threw his hands down it, hit it, like you say, softly up the middle, but hard enough that no one could get near it.
So Porirua underway with this one. We've got at bat now Tawera Bishop. Of course, we've seen in recent times, as we see the steal. And of course, there we go. Damon Creasy immediately called out for going early. There is allowance for leaving a little bit earlier in this one, but I think that one was probably about a couple of streets and a couple of hours early.
Yeah. The idea is the old way, we could leave at 12, and Fast 45 he can leave at 9. I think he left yesterday.
There we go. Damon Creasy is another one of the Porirua players who doesn't lack for speed. But certainly he's not that quick. I think he was only about 3 yards off second base when the ball was still in Ben Watts' hand.
Well, Twitter, I tell you, he's another one that's impressed me over the last couple of years. I know prior to going to baseball, he was an okay hitter. I think coming back from baseball, he put in a lot of effort, and he's become one of New Zealand's elite hitters now.
He sure has, and it's not for a lack of work because, the style of hitting in the 2 games is he gently hits one out to second base. taken out there for the third out here in the innings. We'll get back to that in just a minute. And that will now end the first innings. It's gone by fast and furious, as it tends to do with Fast45. Porirua are leading the ball game by 1-0. We'll be back in just a minute. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the Fastball45 National Finals Tournament here with the game in front of us being Porirua from Central Region. It's gotten underway, and there's a nice play by Regan Manley to get the out, which he's done a couple of times in this ball game now.
Yeah, I think that's become a bit of a thing. You know, people know that Regan has bad knees and bad hips, and they'll force the issue with making those plays. But over the last couple of weeks, I've seen him make some really, really nice plays from the mound.
Yeah, no, it's good to see him because it's easy to lose confidence from that situation, taking those outs when you're continually throwing the ball into the dirt and around, and you're trying to make that aged body. And it's no disrespect to Regan because he gives 110% every time he's out on a diamond. But trying to get that body to do things naturally that he used to do, maybe just a few years ago, is not always the easiest thing.
100%, Gary. He's an absolute workhorse. I know that him and Corey have a really good relationship in the pitcher and catch role, but also off the diamond. And yeah, he'll just go until he falls over, Reeks. He's a great man like that.
What a luxury it is for a team to have a pitcher of the calibre of Corey Timu doing the catching too, Regan Manley, as we see the third base by Aaron Menia held up. But you got the current Black Sox catcher out at first base. So it is a real luxury for a team to have catchers of that calibre on the diamond.
And the former Black Sox catcher at third base.
Third base, and Aaron Nemia, absolutely. And if Gene Lutton was out there, I believe he's also done some catching for Manu Samoa at World Series. So
correct.
You could say 4 international catchers in the current Porirua squad.
Yeah, they don't lack for depth in that position, that's for sure.
Well, it's done well to have Regan Manley come along and be the other pickup for them in this tournament. Regan's been doing his pitching here in the Hutt Valley this season.
Yeah, Regan's been pitching with Hutt City United. He's really made a difference for them and a difference for their young pitchers as well, which is, I think, Regan's next step.
Yeah.
That's a nice pitch.
That mentoring role, isn't it,
Yeah.
for a guy of his standing in pitching. He's sort of been around and done everything at every level of the game, including internationally.
Absolutely, and he's a good guy to go. He wants to do that. So, yeah, they've really made a nice play, Rick Manson.
Nice
there.
play by Ricky Mann, talking about experienced players getting their bodies to do stuff. There's another example of a player that's been around a few years being very athletic. Well done to Porirua as they end the Kaiapoi innings. No damage in it for them. They continue to lead this ball game by 1-0. We'll be back in just a few seconds' time.
What are you up to, Matai?
Reversing. I start a new job driving a forklift on Monday.
I thought you worked in an office.
Don't limit yourself, Brian. It's never too late to make smarter choices. How's Karen?
Take control of your career with Tradestaff.
Well, welcome back to Fraser Ballpark, where we've got the major semi-final, underway to decide who goes to the final, and we'll get to meet Mount Albert Ramblers from the Northern Region in the grand final in a short period of time. And when I say short period of time, ladies and gentlemen, these games are only 45 minutes long. and then they're all done and dusted. And within 15 minutes, you can guarantee the next game is going to start. So it is a format that guarantees that we stay to time because everything runs on time.
Yeah, nice little fake bunt steal there from Wayne, moving both runners into scoring position.
Of course, in this innings, the second innings, we've now have runners at 1 and 2. So Porirua have already moved those runners. Wayne Laulu up to bat, and what better player would you have in the box when you're looking at converting a couple of RBIs?
Yeah, he still swings the bat pretty hard, and when he hits it, it stays hit, that's for sure.
But he can also, he's not just a plunderer of home runs. Wayne can bat smartly when he needs to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's a great hitter. He knows how to set up a pitcher. He knows how to set up an at-bat. He's actually very disciplined for a guy that swings the bat as hard as he does.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Yeah, no, he leaves you in no doubt when he's going for those power hits. But there's an example of it right there. That is the perfect hit because that's going to score both runners. And Wayne Laulu is converted for this Porirua team big time and scoring 2 runs. And Porirua now lead this game by 3 runs to 0 over ELE Papanui from the southern region.
Yeah, what a great bit of hitting. Outside, little curveball from Ben Watts. Wayne just leaned across, put a little bit of bat on it, popped it over first base and picks up a double and scores 2 runs.
Well, there we go. It's always nice when you say things in commentary and it turns out to be almost a prediction, but Wayno does the job for us. He's standing out there proud at second base, up to bat number 99, Corey Timu, and they're really now are in the meat of this Porirua batting order.
Absolutely. Corey, former Hutt Valley boy, just talking to his dad Ray Timu over there before, is a very good softballer back in the day as well, and I was saying to him, Corey really looks like he's enjoying his softball at Porirua.
It is good to see a player like Corey enjoying what he's doing. He's probably had a season or 2 where he's probably felt things haven't gone his way. Maybe injury and that sort of thing has been a hindrance to him. But it's good to see him swinging the bat freely and enjoying his ball playing once again.
Absolutely, he's a good ball player. He's played at the international level.
Yep.
He's another one of those guys, like you say, he just creates depth in this hitting order. In the Hutt Valley, he was a 3-4 hitter. Here he's 5-6. It's a great person to have in the middle of your order, that's for sure. Well,
there's not much being able to separate these two teams. And in this format, ladies and gentlemen, of Fast 45, 3 runs really is nothing. It can disappear just like that.
Yeah, especially when you've got loaded bases next innings.
Yeah, that's right. Get to the 3rd innings and there will be loaded bases. There we go. Did he swing? Didn't he swing? Well, the umpire says he didn't swing, so he earns a walk. 3 balls for a walk in this format. And Corey Timu gets the first and loads up the bags for Porirua.
Yes, Sam Marley in the box there, another good hitter. Sam made his way over from Miramar. And another one just adds depth, adds a bit of pitching, good outfielder. Former junior Black Sox, so yeah, they just keep coming.
Yeah, Sam Marley is sort of reinventing himself in this Porirua team. He would probably by now have been a frontline pitcher in most teams, including Porirua. But he sort of backed off his pitching a little bit. He now earns a spot probably in any team he goes for now as a batter. He's also a outfielder of some real ability now as well. So he really has reinvented his game into being a bit of an all-rounder.
Absolutely, true utility. He's played a little bit infield, a lot of outfield, and he stays in teams with that stick. He hits the ball really well, Sam.
So pressure coming on ELE Papanui to make an out here because it's loaded, runners at 1 and 2 with none out. Ben Watt's working hard out there. Ben's a great pitcher, but he is a pitcher that nibbles around the zone. He doesn't overpower you, as I've said before. And there we see a nice hit by Marley out to left field. It's gone through shortstop, and that's going to score Lalu from second base, and Porirua click over another run in this one.
Yeah, great bit of a little down and in, and Sam drops his hands on it, puts it through the 5-6 hole. Scores Waney from 2, who still runs like he's 20 years old instead of 40.
Corey Timu out there safe at third base. And now Sam Marley at first. So runners on the corners for Porirua. As I was saying, Ben Watts is a pitcher that nibbles around the zone. We've talked about him. He's already been a Black Sock, but he is a quality pitcher, and he's like most Cantabrians. He'll never give up.
Yeah, he's definitely that, Gary. And he's not a pitcher that's going to overpower you with pace, but like you say, he paints those corners. He's got good differential with the pace of what he throws, up and down, in and out. And yeah, he's a typical Southerner. He just go and go and go all day.
Yeah, yep. No, we talk about this format, giving up runs and how quick it can happen. 4-0 is certainly something you can't sit back on in this format. Well, this is a pop fly to centre field. We're going to probably see the runner go for it, and he's gone pretty fast, and there was a designated runner, and it was Zach Boyd in this case who comes across home plate to score another run for Porirua.
Yeah, good piece of batting from Ricky Manson there, just nice and deep into the outfield, doing the bare minimum is what we call it when we're coaching. Get something high and hard in the outfield, score that runner from 3.
Now, they tend to do it, though I've noticed more often than not when there's loaded bags and less than 2 out, but possibly a option for a power play then?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I noticed in the game before, both Rangi Luke and Deo Nukunuku in the middle of innings calling power plays, which is, it was really good to see. Different set of thinking again. Different
set of thinking, but also gets back to that evolving of the game and the different tactics that are required to progress this game versus the more traditional format of softball.
Yeah, and interesting to see how the fielders are responding. In the men's game, they tend to take off an infielder. The women's game, they're taking off an outfielder. So, yeah, it's there's many options you can do during that power play.
Yeah. Well, up to bat is the speedster. Comes in at the bottom of the order, but he is, don't let that fool you, Tikarika Kupe Nicola, fully capable of putting the ball wherever he needs to get the job done.
Yeah, a bit of power too, Tikarika. He's come into the Wellington competition and unloaded a couple of times against the Mighty Maris, a couple of home runs, big ones too. Not afraid to swing the bat.
Unusual for Maris to give up a few home runs. Stace. Sorry, Maris boys. I give him a little bit of a hard time. My own son-in-law plays for them. So.
Yeah, it was interesting to see how TK batted up down at NFC. Sorry, with probably swinging more than putting the ball in play and using those feet, which I think is what probably the high-level coaching is looking for from him.
Yeah, well, coming from the left side of the box, as lefty as he is, and with his speed, developing a short game, possibly what the coaches, especially at the next level, up in the Black Sox, are probably looking for from a player like him.
Absolutely. And like I say, there's lightning in his shoes. There's kind of quick, there's fast, and there's tikarika.
We seem to be developing a few of these boys around that have that ability. We saw it with young Tane Mumu,
yes,
making his debut for the Black Sox in the World Series this year.
Yeah, Tane, he's been doing it for a long time for us at age grade and then at Premier and NSC and now at the international level where speed and confidence, and I think they both have that, and it's just the ability to get those feet going, get across, and not question yourself.
Yeah, and it goes a long way to rebuilding our national team and adds another string to the bow for them. We may have in previous seasons, we'll get back to that in a minute, because Ben Watts has struck out Tikarika Cooper Nicola, and that's the third out here in the second innings. Porirua leading this ball game by 5 runs to 0. It's a handy lead. We'll see if Papanui can come back in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the Tradestaff Fast 45 National Finals here in the Hutt Valley. Well, we've got a semi-final and a half going on in front of us. It's everything to play in, for Papanui. Loaded bases now here in the third innings. They start with, it's Papanui who are down by 5-0 over Porirua, who have been, Stacey, I would say, quite clinical up till now in this ball game.
Absolutely. Regan's come out, they've got their outs, they've hit the ball when they've needed to, and pushed the runners across when they've got them on base. Interesting to see no power play, Gary.
No, we haven't seen one. I would have thought that would have got called like right now. Loaded bags, none down. That is a power play. Give me, I would have thought, especially in the third innings.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is that they're waiting for Kalamua to come to the plate, but it is a two-batter power play.
Yeah. Well, there are things in this format that because coaches have got so much to think about. The other thing I haven't seen used yet is a coach declaring an innings.
Yeah, and I think that's time dependent.
Yeah, absolutely it is. That is absolutely to save time. So there has been, in this tournament that I've seen so far, not an opportunity to do that. Yet, I thought possibly when Te Aroha came back in that innings and they got to 5-8, that might have been, they had a batter up and they had no one on base, that might have been an opportunity to declare an innings and maybe go for a quick double play in the third inning.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that these coaches probably need to think about more in terms of actually forcing that double play opportunity, bringing all your infield in. Hopefully there's no pop flies. And
that game became time critical.
Absolutely.
And I thought, that might have been an opportunity. But, hey, that's a coach's call. I'm not second-guessing a coach by any means, but I just thought that if there was an opportunity to do it, that might have been it.
Yeah, and that's what it's about out there. It's a tough place to be.
Yeah, you've got to make the calls while you're out there, and you've got to do your thinking on your feet while the game is fluid and in motion.
And it's actually a true team job as a coaching panel too. You need your first base, your dugout coach and your third base coach all working together to create those opportunities, to know who's on, to know who's coming up, to know what the time is. So there's definitely a lot going on.
Well, the other thing is right now Kalamua are up with one down and loaded bags. They need runs, so swinging the bat like that, I thinking Stacey once again putting a coach's hat on, the squeeze play would have been a given.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've got a standard infield, so pushing between, a nice little push bunt, making Ricky or Zach make the play would give Mitchell Finney plenty of time to get home on a good bunt.
And we talk about guys who've got plenty of gas and plenty of wheels. 60 feet is nothing to Mitchell Finney because he can cover it just about as quick as anybody.
Absolutely.
It's a nice curveball.
Beautiful pitch.
I don't know what part of the zone that was, but the umpire out there disagreed with us. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. And he's got to make the call, so I'll back the umpire on it. Regan Manley used all his experience on that pitch to strike out Kalamua. 2 Ks in a row. Regan Manley really is stamping his authority on this game, not just with his pitching, but also with his fielding.
Yeah, and that pitch is Regan's go-to right-handed hitters, it down and in. It's a big cut. It's a hard pitch to hit. Still interesting, no power play, Gary.
Yeah. Well, we've got 2 down now, so the opportunity might have come and gone. But in the third innings, you're 5-0 down. Power play is going to get you back in the game pretty quickly if you use it properly.
Yes, that's absolutely right.
Now we will also see possibly in the next minute or two, if it goes Potirua's way, well, the question will be asked, will they use it immediately?
I would think that to gain more of an advantage, they would. They're in the box seat at the moment, Porirua, with the lead they have, and I think they just need to keep putting the pressure on, put the foot down on the throat, and more runs wins games.
So 1 ball, 2 strikes on Corsia Holmes-Hurst, the bottom of the order. He's a lefty, and Regan Manley really did stand up and have a heck of an innings. He's put 3 strikeouts in a row on ELE Papanui. Porirua now with the foot in the throat as we go to the bottom of the 3rd innings. 15 minutes and 40 seconds to go. 5-0 over Papanui. We'll be back in just a minute.
What are you up to, Matai?
Reversing. I start a new job driving a forklift on Monday.
I thought you worked in an office.
Don't limit yourself, Brian. It's never too late to make smarter choices. How's Karen?
Take control of your career with Tradestaff.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Porirua up to bat here in the semi-final between them, Porirua from the Central Region versus power play. Here it is. There we go. We just talked about it, Stacey. Power play for Porirua.
And what a great position to be in. You're a lead-off hitter, loaded bases. So you two of your best hitters coming up to hit. No better opportunity to score some runs.
Well, we didn't think that Porirua would miss the opportunity to do it, and they have called it immediately. The power play means that the defensive team loses a fielder. This time the ball's gotten away from the catcher, and it is going to earn runs for Porirua straight away. That advances the lead out now to 6-0.
Of course, the other thing about the power play is you get 2 bases on a walk.
2 bases on a walk, yep. They lose a fielder. There's all sorts of advantages to the batting team in a power play, which is why they get to call them and use them tactically when it's to their best advantage. So none down. There's still 2 batters in this power play. Zach Boyd is 1, and it'll be Damon Creasy will be 2. So nice play by the Porirua coaching staff.
Yeah. And you've been, like I say, probably has to attack the zone a bit more here, which gives Zach more of an opportunity to do what he needs to do.
Well, the sort of pitcher Ben Watts is, that's not his thing. He doesn't usually attack the zone. He like we've talked about, he sort of finds those spots around the zone like that. It's a beautiful go-to pitch. He's done a great job on Zach Boyd there. Struck him out. Nice comeback from Ben Watts.
Yeah, Zach walking off a little bit disappointed, but he got a run through. So, he's done his job.
Yep,
we all want to hit the ball, but sometimes you just got to work a run for the team, and he's gone and done that there and brought up another good hitter in Damon Creasy.
Damon Creasy, who put one up the centre field in his last at-bat, where he picked off that change-up. And this time they're looking for that squeeze play. And they've got Ollie Smith out there doing the running, and he's another one in the Porirua lineup. He'll basically be there for his running, so this boy's going to have some wheels.
Yeah, absolutely, and another good position to put down a squeeze play in. It's you go and you've only got 3 balls, so as a batter you're actually 0-1, and you're in that mindset of let's put the ball in play, see what happens.
That one a little bit too far off the plate to be called a strike. Damon Creasy leaves it.
1 down.
I think maybe another good opportunity to see if they could squeeze one in here. No.
Yeah, the opportunity still exists. There's only 1 down.
And I think we can call it a standard play in Fast 45 now, where we've taken an outfielder off instead of an infielder.
Yep. We saw Ramblers in the previous game take first base off.
Yeah. And
which was everyone sort of, what are they doing? But obviously Nathan Nuku knows exactly what he's doing.
Well, we talked about it last week, and taking one of the corners off gives a pitcher like Regan Manley the opportunity to pitch into one spot and hit one side of the field. And anything that happens outside of that, well, I walk to Damon Creasy, which gives them 2 bases, and I think scores
2 bases, that'll score the run.
And so taking one of the corners off creates an opportunity for the pitchers to do their job and ground out, and whether it's first or third, they're just covering a bigger hole, and we've still got the outfield covered in case of a fly ball. So, yeah, it's definitely a different way to think, but...
Yeah, it just gets back to the way we see this game evolving as its own entity. Very much in the first year or so of it being played. And I go back to commentary on the very first game ever played, where we saw it being treated more as a game of softball. It is now more and more becoming its own entity with its own tactics.
Oh, absolutely, Gary. And, having outfielders hovering over second base instead of being in the outfield.
Yeah.
For a number of reasons, for a pick-off, for a steal, for a double play up the middle. And you're taking bigger risks, but your pitcher is doing their job, so hopefully keeping the ball down, keeping it in.
Yeah, well, we've seen second basemen heading around towards shortstop. We've seen all sorts of things as we see a pop fly from Tawera Bishop. This is going into centre field. It's taking forever to come down. This time we're going to see Porirua come through with another run, which would have been close if that ball was taken by the catcher. I think Josh Lubowiski might have been a little bit guilty of staying too far back on that one.
A little bit, and once again, the pressure that speed puts on you, having Cooper Nicola on base, you're looking at him coming in, you're trying to catch the ball, you're trying to make the tag, and it's all on you at once. So yeah, good bit of base running again from Cooper Nicola.
So 2 outs with Wayne Laulu up to bat, who did a perfect job for his team in his last at bat, but he put one into right field and scored and helped himself to 2 RBIs.
Yeah, I think Wayne looks like he's trying to get 2 more RBIs.
Looks like he's trying to do it the Wayne Laulu traditional way this time, though.
Absolutely.
A little bit more power in that swing than there was last time. And why wouldn't you when you're 8-0 up in the bottom of the third innings? Well, there's still 9 minutes to go in this game, so there is time for Papanui to score a few runs. They need to make an out now, though.
Yeah, there's one thing that Wayne does. So you don't want to pitch anywhere in the middle of the zone because you know what he's going to do to it. So you try and work north to south, east to west, and eventually when you make that mistake, he punishes you for it. Just like
and
that.
there we go. This time he's put one out to left field and helps himself to his 3rd RBI of the ball game. So Regan Manley and Wayne Laulu, 2 of the very much older statesmen of this Porirua team, have really led from the front in this one.
Yeah, finds a Bishop into the box. Finds a Bishop, younger brother of Tawera Bishop.
Young Fienza, I do remember him running around the diamonds out at Porirua when he still had nappies on, so he won't thank me for saying that, but he has grown up a long way since then.
Yeah, he's a good boy, Fienza, and he plays a bit of ball, a bit of baseball, and he's a very talented diamond sports player, but he's stuck in a team behind a whole lot of great ball players, and probably doesn't see as much time as he deserves.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a player that would probably walk into the batting lineup of most teams around, possibly with the exception of teams like Ramblers, Auckland United, Porirua.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But very talented, and once again another one of them coming off the treadmill for the Bishop family, as they seem to do.
Yeah, there's a few of them. And they're all very good softball and baseball players, all of them.
Yep. There we go. No balls, 2 strikes on Fienza. Getting his opportunity to shine out there for Porirua. And nice job by Ben Watts this time. He's not celebrating that one too much as he strikes out young Fienza Bishop. And that'll end here now. The 3rd inning's complete. Porirua absolutely out in front on this one with 7 minutes to go by 9 runs to 0 over ELE Papanui Tigers from the southern region. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The ELE Papanui steering up the side of a rather large mountain. Even for Fastball45 standards, 9 runs is a hard one to overcome in around about 6 minutes. They do, however, have the luxury of having runners on the corners. And that one called a strike. And we also have the power play in play for Papanui. Now, will this be a continuation of the power play with their second batter? I thought they called that in the previous innings.
Yeah, that's, I don't know the rule to that one. I make the assumption that yes, because it's two batters, so it carries on.
So this will, in this inning, only last one batter, as it was incomplete in the previous inning. We're assuming. Fast 45 is such a new sport that Stacey and I are learning as we go as well.
Papanui in a good position too. They're at the top of their order. You know, Josh Dixon, he's pretty handy with the stick.
Well, if they are going to launch a comeback, it's now or never. You've got Regan really pitching out there at the top of his game, so they're going to have to get bat the ball somehow, and they're not going to have to waste too many pitches doing it.
Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't put Caleb Stewart across yet, but maybe that's out of respect for Timu's arm.
Yeah, it could be. It could be, but I think taking risks in a 9-0 scoreline is something they definitely need to do.
Yeah, absolutely, Gary. Anything to get those runners into scoring position.
I mean, a successful squeeze play.
Well, it takes away the double play too, which will get them out of the innings, so they need to be wary of that.
This time we see ball finding the grass in the outfield. It's out in left field, and Papanui have opened their account. So there we go. They knew something that we didn't. They scored a run on this power play.
And defensive change for Porirua with Gavin Beattie going into left field.
I see that, and I see the power play is still in play. So we've got to think that the power play was called in the previous inning, did not count, as there are still only two outfielders out there. Am I correct?
Yes. Yep, power play still in play.
So it did not count in that first inning, in that previous inning. They didn't get a chance to play it, obviously.
Well, that wind's really helping Regan out at the moment, isn't it?
That ball is moving a mile. I'm sure that started on the inside of the plate and then ended up 2 feet on the outside of the plate.
Definitely a pitcher's friend, the wind.
Yeah, he's already got good command of his curveball, but there we see he's dropped one into the zone there. Now it's Papanui's time to shine in this one, as we see 2 bases for the power play, so they've now got another run in. It is now 9 runs to 2, and that's how quickly it can happen, ladies and gentlemen. Papanui have launched their comeback. There's 3 minutes to go. We'll see if they can score that many runs. 7 to tie, 8 to win in that time.
Yeah, and that power play puts them in great position because it takes away the double play.
Yep.
You get your 2 runners in scoring position, and you've got your 3-hitter up.
You've got your 3-hitter there, but you've also got Porirua with a full complement of fielders out there now.
That's right.
And Regan Manley throwing pitches like that.
Yeah, Regan will be looking at getting out of here as soon as he can and going prepping for the final.
Oh, that's a big assumption. It's a big assumption. You're assuming that Papanui are not going to come back in this one. And there we see an error out there. This time that's 2 more runs off, and I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that's how quickly these leads can evaporate. They're only leading by 5 runs now. They were, 2 minutes ago they were leading by 9.
Yeah, and this will be a case, Gary. If they can get there, they're going to have to declare the innings, because if they call it off during the innings, it'll go back.
It'll go back
to the previous innings, because it's not the bottom off. So
that's right.
Yeah, they'll have to do it soon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, time is now against them. There's no doubt about that. It is ticking away, and it's ticking away fast. I would suggest even if Regan is throwing it off the plate deliberately to use time, they need to be trying to find that bat there somewhere.
Yeah,
no doubt about where that pitch was, however.
There's a ton of experience out there, even though it's a new game, that'll be saying, hey, we actually need to slow the pace now and ride the time out. It's top of the inning, so nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about when you've got a pitcher in command of those pitches at the moment like Regan has. That ball is moving a ton.
Takes care of Lubowski. Another good hitter, and then Stewart, though.
Strikes Lubowski out for the outs. And Stewart, very good, and another one of the very experienced players in the Papanui lineup. Long list of achievements in his career with Canterbury and with his club sides.
Yeah, Ents brings that steadiness, that experience. He's formerly a catcher, now playing first base, as the case may be as you get older. Yeah, Regan's got that ball on a string at the moment.
He's one of those hitters, Ant Stewart, who seems to find a way of getting to first base. Whether it's a walk, he's just one of those guys. Be interesting to see what his career on-base percentage is, because it would be pretty good. Regan Manley getting the job done there this time again.
That ball's dancing. So, yeah. 14 seconds left.
Here we go. She's going to be all over in just a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, Jaden knows that. He's just got to go swing at everything.
Yeah.
Here.
There we go. That's the hooter. That's the death hooter as far as Papanui goes. They've been great at this tournament, including a win over Porirua, but not in this one. Stacey Taylor, a great effort by Porirua, a professional effort, and they never looked like losing in the end.
Yeah, once again, Regan and Corey, great battery. The hitting was, I think, outstanding today. When they needed to hit, they hit, and they even scored runs when they were getting out. So that's one of the things Porirua do. They did it last week. They do it when it counts, and good luck to them in the final.
Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The other finalist is
9-0 to Porirua.
9-0 to Porirua. There's the official umpire's word. The game here is over. It's Porirua who advanced to the grand final, where Mount Albert Ramblers from the northern region are waiting them here at the Tradestaff Fast 45 tournament. One more game to go for the men, but stay here because in just a few minutes we've got the grand final for the women, which will feature Waitakere Bears from the northern region taking on Bauer Smokehouse Kaiapoi from the southern region. So northern versus southern in just a few minutes time. But for myself, Gary Rohihi, Stacey Taylor, the hardest working man in the ballpark broadcasting booth, Adrian Royal, we are finished for this one. Stay tuned, we will be back in just a moment. Thank you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, to Fraser Ballpark here at Sportsville in the beautiful Hutt Valley. It is the grand final of the Tradestaff Fastball 45 between North versus South. It's Kaiapoi in the purple that are batting at the moment against Waitakere Bears, who are in the navy blue. Damien Collins with the play-by-play, joined in the booth, calling the colour, Naomi Shaw.
And Kaiapoi are not hanging around on this. Young Bailey Mackenzie Dow stealing on the very first pitch and getting down to third base on an error. So we're going to have an exciting ball game here, Damien.
Already seeing a pitcher slide. I don't know about that one. But she's on 3 because she started on 1.
We were
and
just
wow,
talking about that one.
Lindsay Thomas
Yeah.
does exactly what she did yesterday, sending it over the back fence for an automatic home run, and that's going to score the runner of Mackenzie Bailey McDowell and herself, and she's crowned at home plate. And just like that.
And just like that, we were just talking about the effect that that wind might possibly have, the old good old northwesterly, and of course Lindsay Thomas, it's not the first ball that she's put over the fence at this Fastball 45. So Kaiapoi take a great lead of 2 runs in the top of the first innings.
If anyone knows this win here, it's yourself. Narissa McDowell slams it up the middle. She knows how to connect, and that's exactly what she did. Gives herself a clap as she stands up on first base.
You know, this is what Kaiapoi have done really well in the games that I've watched. They really attack right from the very beginning.
Yep.
And here we are, none down, 2 runs scored, and coming into the batter's box is another really good hitter, Michaela Waitakere.
Yeah, the veteran shortstop. Squares up for the bunt, slams it up the middle. Tyler Morrison able to scoop it up and get it to second to get the lead runner of Narissa McDowell.
And it was Ocean Matthews who was able to pull that in for the lead runner, so that gives Waitakere Bears their first out of this innings, top of the first. Waitakere gets to first base safely, but it's 1 down.
From experience to youth, we got Kaya Ratu, the second baseman, in. And again, that throw off Kyla Bromhead, the experienced catcher, not being able to hit the target at second again, and they've gone from first to third. Mike McDowell gives a little low 5.
And that's the second time in this innings. So, yeah, they're not hanging around at first base. They're getting down to 2, putting pressure on the Waitakere Bears field.
Kaya Ratu, softball in her DNA. Squares up, bunt goes foul down the first base line.
Really aggressive play from Kaiapoi. Here we go, Kaiapoi. And yeah, that was an attempted squeeze play that would have given them another run, but it didn't come off, foul ball. Still none down.
Tyler Morrison on the hill for Waitakere Bears. Gets it on the inside. It's hit up,
well
and
taken.
Hale on the corner. Shia Hale getting the pop up there for the second out.
It wasn't easy as it looked, Damien. That was we talked about the wind and the effect, and it was really swirling around. So that was a lovely foul fly ball taken there by Shia Hale. 1 down.
Oriana Connell in at bat and gets a little clip on the way through. So she'll take her place on first base with the hit by pitch.
And of course, a runner will come in, temporary runner.
Yep, they've got a designated runner in this one, Hannah Simon. And that's going to bring to bat from the hot corner, Nora Hess. Not Andrea. Sorry to the family, but shout out to the 4 kids. Straight down the zone. Tyler Morrison gets the called strike. Simon makes her way to second base. So with 2 runners in scoring position, down by 2 in the top of the first. Can Kaiapoi convert, or Waitakere Bears get them out? Down low for the ball. Takes the count to 1-1. You've been around this game for a minute, Naomi. What do you like about this game?
Oh, it's so exciting.
Just like that, goes over the top of the short. drops in before left field,
Yeah.
and they're going to score those 2 runs.
Another 2 runs come in for Kaiapoi. You don't really get much time to breathe in this game,
No,
do you, Damien?
let alone ask a question.
You look up and there's more runners running around base, so Kaiapoi did really well. Great hit into left field, and of course another 2 runs across the plate for Kaiapoi.
And I'm sure in orders 4 kids are screaming at the TV right now. Raina Joseph in a bat now for Kaiapoi. Slams it to second base where Hope Marker makes the play to first for the 3rd out, but not before Kaiapoi get the sticks going and start with a bang. And that's exactly what happens in Fastball 45. They're up by 4. We're going to come back with the bottom of the 1st and the grand final of the Fastball 45 Women's.
What are you up to, Matai?
Reversing. I start a new job driving a forklift on Monday.
I thought you worked in an office.
Don't limit yourself, Brian. It's never too late to make smarter choices. How's Karen?
Take control of your career with Tradestaff.
Number 1 for all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand final of the Women's and the Tradestaff Fastball 45. It's North versus South. Waitakere Bears in it back now against Bauer Smokehouse Kaiapoi. Down low for the ball.
And of course, we're only in the top of the 1st innings, Damien, but we know in this game that there's so much excitement going on, so many extra runners go on base, but despite the lead of 4 runs to Kaiapoi, we've got Waitakere Bears who have got their turn to do similar.
Absolutely. Dead ball the call. Batting now, Ocean Matthews.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Shortstop. 1-1 the count. Of course, in Fastball 45, the runners start. We start the innings. 1st innings with a runner on 1. 2nd innings, runner on 1 and 2. 3rd innings, loaded bases. And 4th innings on the corners, 1 and 3.
Okay, strike 1.
Really good to see young pitcher Mackenzie Bailey McTowell. I think she's pitched every game here that I've seen Kaiapoi play. A young up-and-coming pitcher of the future for softball New Zealand.
Oh, she sure is. And she's had herself a year so far, dominating her age groups.
And of course the rules of Fastball 45, 3 balls, a lot of pressure on the pitcher. Gets a walk for Ocean Matthews, advances runners to 1 and 2, and it brings in the very talented Shire Hale for Waitakere Bears.
Yeah, Shire Hale from the hot corner gets a piece, slamming it into first, but are they able to get her in time? And they do. Just.
Yeah, well played there, Kaiapoi. Well played.
Well, Kairatu at second base, she's got all the wheels in the world, able to get there in time and get the pop-up from Layla McDowell.
And coming into the batter's box is another young talented player, Tyann Brumhedley-Amalu.
Well, she's on deck. She's in the batter's box now. Auntie's on deck, and Mum's at the gate. So
it's a bit of a Brumhead trifecta coming up here.
If anyone knows family affairs in softball, it's the Shores. Oh, the tag, easy.
Yeah, a little bit unusual that. I'm not sure. It certainly wasn't a suicide squeeze, and there was no force for the runner on third base. But anyway, here we go. So Kaiapoi.
Kaiapoi getting the lead runner easily there, but they've still got the runners on 1 and 2, and they're going to bring to bat the experience of Rebecca Bromhead playing in right field on this one. Send it over the fence in the last game to book their spot in the final.
Rebecca Bromhead also in the New Zealand White Sox team to travel to the qualifiers later in the year in Italy.
July, not too far. Vice captain as well.
That's right. A very experienced hitter, especially in pressure games. And part of the Bromhead trifecta in this particular lineup.
Well, 4 if you want to include Coach Tegan.
True that.
Ball, 2 strikes.
And we've got 2 Nukunukus in both finals. One coaching the women's, and one coaching the North and the men's.
Yes. We certainly can call this a whānau game.
Oh, on the corners for Waitakere Bears, you got the Hales as well.
Yes.
Well, little bobble
nice
off the
out,
glove
nice
from Hess, but she gets it over in time to get their outs, and exactly how they wanted to play it. They did not want to give up a run, and they didn't. So we have 1 completed in this one. Kaiapoi leading over Waitakere Bears, 4 runs to 0.
When the radio's on and the sound is hot, you just have to enjoy. There's no way to stop. That's where it sounds like the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest. We let the music speak. All the best throwbacks, 90s and more. Atiawa Toa. All the best throwbacks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Short breaks here, 45 seconds done and dusted in between innings, and we are back with the top of the second. Already a pitching change for Waitakere Bears.
Coming onto the mound is Shia Hale, and of course there's not much time to warm up. 1 pitch, and of course her mum Karina Hale has gone into the corners on third base.
Yep, Rebecca Bromhead in from right field into first base. Big lead there. And gets her safe
nice
going
steal.
around. Great steal from Kaiapoi. Now with 2 runners in scoring position.
Great steal there by Michaela Waitakere, and she took the outside lane and just managed to hold on to that base, and yeah, it was a difficult play to make, but she made that look really easy.
Textbook sliding going out around the fielder. Young ballers out there, take note.
Gosh, this Kaiapoi side don't hang around, do they?
Oh no, they've done it right from the word go.
Right from the word go. Every game.
In every game, yeah,
Yep.
absolutely. Mike Medell in the
Yep.
coach's box. Tegan, Vienna now over in the first base side.
And of course we talk about family history, and Mike with his daughters in the team as well too.
Yep. Not to mention Mum, an Olympian White Sox.
True that.
Hale into the motion, down in the zone, goes past Bromhead, but there'll be a walk for, I was about to say ball
McDowell.
4, but nope. Layla McDowell head along with the walk, and that's going to bring to the bat her sister, number 15, the pitcher Mackenzie Bailey McDowell.
4 McDowells in this Kaiapoi lineup.
McDowell pops it up. Rebecca Bromhead under it to make the catch. And that's going to be the first outs.
Brings in the very dangerous hitter, Lindsay Thomas.
Yep, and she's got bases loaded now. First at bat, send it over the fence. She knows how to connect and connect big. And people are here to see some hitting, that's for sure. Well, it goes to the second base. They're going to try for it at least.
There to go.
Can't get it to Rebecca at first base. They score 1, they score 2. Well, they get the out at second base, but the lead runners scoring 2, and again, Kaiapoi showing how to score runs in this fast 45 action.
Yeah, and of course the nature of this game is that there's an advantage to getting a double play because it clears that particular innings if you can get 2 down. Great attempt by Waitakere Bears. It didn't come off, but that's the ball game.
In at bat now, the centre fielder, Narissa McDowell. Locked in against Hale. White Sox versus White Sox.
Narissa McDowell, also one of the New Zealand White Sox players heading off to Italy later in this year. New runner coming in. Kaiapoi. 2 down.
Yeah, coming in for the catcher, Lindsay Thomas. Is Raina. Joseph, the ball goes over the top. Tuita Bishop scoops it up and throws it back in. Oh, no, he doesn't.
Hasn't done yet.
Tuita ran out in the first game with his batting jacket still on, and everyone laughed at him. I wouldn't be. Seen him lead a haka? Oh, they get the tag there.
That's a great tag play down at second base. Well done, Waitakere Bears.
Bromhead wanted that one after the last two that she threw down second base. But that will retire the side, but not before Kaiapoi add another 2 runs to their total. They're leading the grand final of the Fastball 45 Women's. It is Kaiapoi 5, Waitakere Bears 0.
What's he up to now?
Probably working on his career.
Oh. What are you up to, Matai?
Reversing.
Have you got your ticket?
Yep. I start a new job driving a forklift on Monday.
I thought you worked in an office.
Don't limit yourself, Brian. It's never too late to make smarter choices. How's Karen?
Take control of your career with Tradestaff.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand final of the Women's Fastball 45. It's the South versus the North. Kaiapoi from the South, Waitakere Bears from the North. Mackenzie Bailey McDowell going into emotions against the first batter, Kyla Bromhead.
And the nature of Fastball 45 is in this innings, runners are starting on first and second. So despite Kaiapoi having a 5-run lead, there's always challenging situations coming up every innings.
Absolutely. Tries inside the zone, does Mackenzie for the ball. 2 balls, no strikes.
And pretty tough situation here for all the pitchers at this Fastball 45. They only have to pitch 3 balls and it's a walk. So it's pretty tough pressure on all of them.
I have not met a pitcher yet that likes it. Especially the ones that like to nibble away at the corners and get them chasing them. So
what a great pitch to come back with there when you're behind in the count. Beautiful pitch.
Just, Mackenzie, she's only 16 years old.
Yeah.
Already well beyond her years.
Yep.
And she's only going to get better, which is the scary thing.
That's not scary at all, isn't that great for New Zealand?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, it's scary for her opponents, but absolutely great for New Zealand. We need more battery in this country.
Currently in the Junior White Sox squad, and a fine player.
MVP at the Under-17 Girls Nationals. The runner-up pitcher in the Under-19 Girls. She's been having herself a season, that's for sure.
Play. Okay, strike
2 to come back 2-2 now. After being behind there. Kyla Bromhead.
Kyla Bromhead.
Gets it, sending it to shortstop. They get one. They get.
Oh, just missed it.
Well, they got there out at 2. Waitakere are going to get their first run scoring.
I love that they had a shot at that. Look at that. You could see them lining up for the double play, and that was one of the features of their earlier games, is that Kaiapoi were able to pull off the double plays when they really mattered. Missed that one, but I love the attempt.
Oh, you got to give it a go on this one. There is not a lot of second chances. So, yeah, a double play will clear the innings.
All right, Waitakere Bears are still in a position to score. It's 1 down with a runner on 1.
Hope marker now. Second base in a bat. Steals on. Tag is good.
Oh, well done.
Clean.
Great steal. Clean as.
Lindsay
Great.
Thomas with the cannon down to second. Michaela Waitakere always in the right spot.
Yeah.
2 down.
Beautiful play there by Kaiapoi. Not only aggressive offense, but very aggressive defense as well.
Inside pitch fouled away.
Like, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
1 ball, 2 strikes to call now. Two down, bottom of the second. Through the zone, fouled away again. Hope marker looking to do something for her team now. No runners on. 2 down. Down by 4. They need to get themselves back in this game.
Oh, great
and
pitch.
gets her swinging. Great
Yeah.
pitch indeed.
Touching the outside. Beautiful pitch there from Mackenzie Bailey McDowell.
Yep, she's got the goods. Well, Waitakere Bears claw one back but unable to convert anymore. So Kaiapoi are going to lead this one as we go to the top of the third and loaded bases. We'll be back right after these. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. The grand final of the women's Fastball 45. Narissa McDowell lead off for Kaiapoi. That's going to fall in a gap. Nobody wanted it. Nobody claimed it. They thought they had it. Did they get the force? No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Safe at second base.
Yep. We always talked about this Wellington wind here. You know, it was always going to be trouble. So when it looked like a routine fly ball for the second base, it actually ended up in the middle of second and right field. But an opportunity missed at second base for a lead runner. So a runner scored, and Kaiapoi still have loaded bases coming into the batter's boxes. A very dangerous Michaela Waitakere.
And it is the power play, ladies and gentlemen. This is where the batting team will call power play, which means one player from Waitakere Bears has to come off the field, so they field with 8 players, and it's for 2 batters. Imagine if you got to pick. Get out of there. Get out of the picture.
Yeah.
Lindsay Thomas, I want you to pitch.
There've been some really creative, creative power plays here. So the men are particularly good. I see Waitakere Bears moving into some interesting positions. But yeah, it's really an exciting play. And of course, if you score, you get an extra run with it too as well.
Well, they have dropped their right fielder. They looks like they've got a split of 2 in the outfield. Tyler Morrison and Kayla Clark, sorry. Inside pitch fouled away.
You're doing well if you can keep on top of who the runners are coming out, because I'm having great trouble.
I'm getting there, mate. I'm getting there.
All I know is there's loaded bases, and in the batter's box is Michaela Waitakere.
Yes.
Current New Zealand White Sox player.
Ball 2, strike 2.
2-2 the count. Loaded bases, none out. Oh, squares up, slaps it into.
Oh, great
into
catch here in left field.
Great catch there by Kyla Clark.
Oh, what a fantastic out there in left field by Kyla Clark. You know, power play was in force. The runner on third base nearly didn't tag up in time, but she was able to get back, tag up, and score.
And looking at angles, because it is a game of angles sometimes, by all accounts, it looked like it was going to drop there, but great catch from Kayla Clark.
Yeah.
And that's going to bring to bat Kaya Ratu. Fouls that away.
I have to say that there's an awful lot of first pitch swings. We commented on that earlier before. Nobody's hanging around. They're really climbing into the ball, being really aggressive on offense, and it makes the game so much more exciting.
Absolutely.
There's no dull games here.
No, it's a very exciting game for sure. Kaya Ratu slams that in the right field. Tyler Morrison under it to make the catch. Almost getting it in time as well. They tag up and go for the extra base, but
I might have been a little bit inclined to let that ball go all the way through.
Yeah.
There was a tag up at second base. It was running to get the one. Great throw from right field there to the shortstop cut, but I do believe that if she let it go through, there may have been a tag play at third base. Never mind, it didn't happen. So we've still got runners on 2 and 3. And into the batter's box is Oriana Connell.
Yeah, not bad with a gun coming in from a pitcher in the outfield.
True that.
Oriana Connell, the right fielder, was hit by pitch first at bat and then got to cross home plate. She'll foul that away. Just the 2 umpires out there and, 3 umpires, 1 behind the dish, 2 out in the field.
It's a little unusual in itself too as well, because you really do need an umpire
Yeah,
at every base.
2 scorers, 4 umpires usually.
Yeah.
Someone on the stopwatch as well, because we've just hit under 20 minutes to go. We're at the top of the third, and this is how fast it all goes in Fastball 45. 4 innings or 45 minutes. Hale goes up in the zone and gets the swing of Connell, and she goes down, but not before Kaiapoi had another couple runs, so the total is still leading the grand final, 7 runs to 1.
When the radio's on and the sound is hot, you just have to enjoy. There's no way to stop. That's where it sounds like the best every day of the week. Better than all the rest. We let the music speak. All the best throwbacks, 90s and more. Atiawa Toa. All the best throwbacks.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Fraser Ballpark in the beautiful Hutt Valley for the grand final of the Women's Fastball 45. Kaiapoi from the south taking on Waitakere Bears from the north. And Kaiapoi have been all over them from the get-go, but now it's time for Waitakere to stamp their mark in the game with loaded bases. Looks like they've still got all their fielders out there. Is there no one?
I don't believe there's anybody in right field, so I do think that there is a power play.
But there is 2 at shortstop. So that's what we see. The mixing of the fielders that brought someone in to cover that second base a bit closer.
It does tell you where the ball is being pitched across the plate, doesn't it?
It does indeed.
Very aggressive strategy there by Kaiapoi.
Dead ball there from Karina Hale. Now playing in the hot corner, started on first base.
Better at the box is Karina Hale, and she's very experienced. She'll be having a look around to see where all those hitters are, or the fielders are placed.
Dead ball again, just bouncing up and hitting it.
And of course, her daughter, the runner on third base is her daughter Shire. She'll be saying, "Come on, Mum, get me home."
Absolutely. As you can see on camera, with the 2 at shortstop, basically 1 real close to second, and that's just how you can change it up for in Fastball 45.
Very mature pitch there from Mackenzie Bailey McDowell, just touching that inside corner. Obviously it was going to be inside, you could tell by the way the defence was set up, but great pitch. A little bit of field movement out there again. There is a power play in place now, and it is
Whoever the outfielder was.
number 10.
Yep, the
Number 10, Rhina Joseph, who
That's the
goes
one.
to the foul ball fence. Sit this one out.
So what can Waitakere Bears do with the power play now?
It's going to be tough.
Well, here's Honora comes in and scoops it up, makes the play to first.
Made no look at the runner coming home, which was a good play on her part, just taking the routine out. They do have a 5-run lead, so just getting routines out while you can.
Well, slammed back up the middle off that first pitch again, Naomi.
Look at that, right up the middle.
But
beautiful play there by Michaela Waitakere. Boy, she covered some ground to get that third out for
She
Kaiapoi.
sure did. Catching it just behind second base.
Yeah.
And gets
Fast.
the play to retire the side. So Waitakere Bears unable to convert. We're going to go to the top of the fourth with Kaiapoi still leading 7 runs to 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the top of the fourth of the grand final of the women's Fastball 45 Tradestaff. Fastball 45, sorry. And it's Kaiapoi in a bat. They've got the driver's seat locked in for this one. Can they add a couple insurance runs? Well, they foul it off. Well, the top of the fourth, we start with 2 runners on, runner on the corners. So runner on 3, runner on 1.
Strike one.
In a bat now is Honora Hess. Squares up. She's going to punch it like she did before. Well, they go for the tag and the ball off again to the right. But the runner didn't move at 3, but the runner did it at 1.
So Waitakere Bears looking to get somebody off base at third base. It's not quite working. So Michaela Waitakere goes down to second base. Kaiapoi at third. None down. Runners on 2 and 3.
So you are keeping up with the runners.
I only know the ones.
Well, up in the zone is hit to left. It's going to go foul, but some good ground. Tried to cover for that to catch that one.
I keep seeing Michaela Waitakere out there all the time. She's not hitting running bases, she's fielding. But that's the speed of this game. It's happening so quickly.
Sure is. Well, the change and the smile from Hale.
Yeah.
Ball one, strike two.
Ball 1, strike 2. She's okay to throw that one. When you're ahead of the count like that. But not too many. All this wind's picking up.
Yeah, the wind's picking up, making it really difficult out there for the pitchers. Suicide squeeze.
That is out.
Yeah, bunting on a third strike. So again, Kaiapoi can afford to play around a little bit. They've got 7 runs, or 5 runs up. 7-2 is the score at the moment, but that didn't come off. But great to see them having a shot at it. Runners are still on 2 and 3. One down.
Raina Joseph in a bat. Now she comes around and thinks, why did I do that? The old, if you're going to commit, commit. Hale into the wind-up. The squeeze is on, but it goes foul. Of course, the squeeze play in Fastball 45 is worth 2 runs. And no etiquette here. They're only up by 5.
I've seen so many successful attempts, unsuccessful attempts, but boy, everybody's getting a lot of practice at this key strategic play.
They absolutely are. It's good to have it back. And goes down swinging, does Joseph. And that will be the second out. And with 2 runners on, 2 down, it's going to bring to bat Layla McDowell, the first base. Layla gets the inside pitch, sending it left for foul down the left line.
Strike one.
All right, ambient Mike's definitely picking up what the wind is like here at Fraser Park. The sun's still out, couple clouds, but it's warm. And the action here for Fastball 45 is hot.
and a really decent number of spectators come out of the community to come down and watch this exciting version of softball. Fastball 45, isn't it great to see so many people at the ballpark?
Absolutely. If you're a baller in the 04, come and watch this short form. Rugby has 7, league has 9s, netball has 5s, cricket has T20, we have Fastball 45. And lots here to watch it. Heaps of Black Sox and ex-Black Sox playing in the men's, current White Sox, former White Sox playing in the women's.
Oh,
it is a festival. Great hitting from Layla McDowell. Thinks against going to second, but with the bobble, she'll go.
Yeah,
Dad probably looked over and goes, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, that was really good hitting there by Layla McDowell. I actually thought it was a really good pitch, touchy outside just nicely. And, opposite field hitting by Layla McDowell. Well done.
Well, scores the runs, does McDowell. And that's going to bring in to bat little sister Mackenzie Bailey McDowell.
I feel like you're repeating surnames here a lot. in both teams.
Absolutely.
We've got McDowell's and the Kaiapoi team, and of course we've got the Broomheads and Waitakere Bears.
Oh, Ramblers up next.
Oh,
You've got
and
3
Halos.
Evans, 2 Earlys. Yeah, it's all happening. It's definitely a family sport. Fouled away.
Foul.
We're down to under 10 minutes to go, but we're at the top of the 4th. So we might have a game close out under the 45 minutes. I say that, but Waitakere Bears are going to come and smack the ball in the next at bat. Kaiapoi have done everything to hold this one. I have the score at 9 or 8-3. Or 8-2, I thought, but could be wrong.
Well, it's kind of been the nature of the beast here. There's so much action going on, and runners crossing plate. It's been, after I've done a commentary, I feel like I've played the game. There's so much going on. But yeah, we'll get a correction on that score in a minute.
We're almost there, Naomi. Couple more games, then Sunday nap. Just the normal weekend here at Fraser Park for us, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Every weekend during the summer.
Oh, home sweet home. Glad to have you all here for it.
I may have been a bit lucky on that one. Count goes to 2 and 2.
Well, I'm enjoying. Shire Hale seems to be enjoying herself out there.
Yeah.
Good pitch. Fouled away there by Mackenzie Bailey McDowell. Scored 2 runs herself.
Of course, coaches have to be mindful of not only the runs crossing the plate, but the time also. And you mentioned that before. We've got 7 minutes 30 left on the clock. So, that's a nice pitch on the inside there. Strikeout for Shire Hale.
It's unfortunate that Shire Hale is getting into a rhythm now, because that's the top of the 4th. That's the last time she's going to have to pitch. They're going to have to do it with the sticks, though, because Kaiapoi are leading this one 10 runs to 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the bottom of the 4th of the grand final of the Women's Fastball 45. Who will take this one out? Kaiapoi leading 10 runs to 2. But Waitakere Bears have 6 minutes and 20 seconds to get it done. Can they do it with the sticks? They've got runners on 1 and 2. And in at bat now
And of course, that's what makes it so exciting, doesn't it? Fastball 45 is you can never say the game's over until the game's over. And we've seen a lot of results turn around in the last innings. But of course, it's their time constraints that you have to be aware of as well too. And Kaiapoi can be quite comfortable if they run this innings out. If we go back to the previous innings, they're well ahead. But we don't know what Waitakere Bears have in store for them, and it has to be pretty quick.
Well, when you've got a nuku in the coach's box, don't count anyone out.
Yep. Load of bases. Here we go.
Just like that. And that's going to bring to bat Shire Hale getting into a rhythm on the mound, but now it's time to do it with the bat.
Waitakere Bears leading into the top of their order. Load of bases with Shire Hale.
Bailey McDowell going outside for the ball. Hale leaves that one. Gets the call from coach. The young, wise, matured, young.
You'll be happy with that. Dion Nuku.
Loaded bases here at the bottom of the fourth. You're down by 8 runs. You've got to convert here because you're also against the clock. Well, that's going to score 1 the easy way.
Still done down in this innings, bottom of the fourth, and brings into the batter's box Tyan Brumheadley Malu. Another lefty in the box. And the wind continues to pick up. That strong northwesterly.
Bromhead, Lamalu sends
hit.
it to left field. That's going to score 1.
He's going to score another one. We're down to 3 minutes 49 seconds, so there are still some time constraints to take away. You know, Waitakere Bears have to move fairly quickly to close this innings out.
Well, the younger Bromhead has done her work to get on base. Now it's Auntie's turn to send it over the fence and clear the bases with only 3 minutes to go.
Oh, she might just have done that.
Oh, no.
Nice catch. Nice catch
on the fence.
That is on the fence. 1 run
They'll
comes
score
in.
1. They'll move the other one from second to third.
Yeah. Down to 3 minutes 15.
Rebecca, that would have been perfect timing if you had sent it that extra metre.
Yeah.
But great catch there from Raina Joseph in left field. And they've changed it up again. They've brought in left field into the second base to get that tag. Kyla Bromhead in at batting. The outfield have moved over. Centres to left, right to centre. And they'll get the 2 down. So they're not worried about them scoring runs. They're well ahead in this game. That now they're giving up 3 runs in this, 3 or 4 runs in this bottom of the fourth, but they've still got 4 up their sleeve and they've got 2 outs.
And it's 2 minutes 34 to go.
So Kaiapoi are going to keep doing what they're doing, hopefully getting the out here. But Waitakere Bears, can they claw back another couple? 2 minutes. We said a minute and a half ago they were down by a few, and they've just clawed back a couple. Now's the time
4
to make
runs
it happen.
difference. 2 minutes left in the game.
Well,
Here's
is
your
this
third
going to
out.
be it?
And
oh no!
Ball dropped. Another run scored.
And another run scored. Well, runner on.
There you go. It's never over until it's over.
No, she's saying she had it long enough, and she tagged her as well. But with
That's
the ball
not how
dropping
the
out of the
umpire sees
glove,
it. No, that's right.
you ain't going to get that past our umpires.
1 minute 39. Boy, this is exciting stuff. 3 run difference in this game. Batter in the box, Karina Hale. There isn't anybody more experienced than this batter.
Well, she sends
There
it
you
to
go.
shortstop,
There's the game.
and there you go. That will do it with a minute to spare. The grand final of Fastball 45 is done and dusted. We have the champion for 2023 for the Tradestaff Fastball 45, and that is Bauer Smokehouse Kaiapoi from the south, getting the win over Waitakere Bears. We'll go to our umpire for the official call.
Final score, completed 4 innings, 10-7 to Southern.
There you go, Southern winning this one, taking home the check for the winners for the 2023 Tradestaff Fastball 45. Naomi, thoughts on what you've seen in this grand final?
Oh, look, congratulations to both teams out there. Played a fine game of softball, modified softball, Fastball 45. But I have to take my hat off to Kaiapoi. I've been really impressed by this young team. Their ability to make double plays and score runs under pressure has been fantastic. But for me, the player, the MVP for Kaiapoi has got to be the pitcher, Mackenzie Bailey McDowell. They're under so much pressure out there with the game format. I think she's handled this with great maturity for such a player for so young. So good, great all-round team performance there from Kaiapoi.
Well, another accolade to take to the cabinet for this season for Mackenzie Bailey McDowell, getting the sure thing MVP player of the game. Well, that does it for the grand final here of the Tradestaff Fastball 45 Women's Grand Final. We're going to take a quick break. We'll leave you with the times on the screen, but we are going to be up next. It is PCU taking on Ramblers in the grand final of the men's. We'll see you down the road. On the behalf of Naomi Shaw, I've been Damien Collins, along with Adrian Royal. We'll see you in the grand final, Ramblers versus PCU.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Fraser Park Sports Ball in Lower Hutt and New Zealand. You're watching the 2023 Softball New Zealand presentation of the Tradestaff National 45 National League Grand Finals. It's a Northern versus Central Grand Final, folks. Yes, that's right. You heard it right. It's Grand Final time. So this is the whole ball of wax for one of these teams. There we go. There's Fast 45 overview for you there. Have a quick read of that. All the modified rules that our players play. It's 45 minutes long. 3 balls, 3 strikes, 3 outs. Double plays, clears and innings. Runners starting on every base in every inning. So going through the modified rules, Fastball 45, an exciting product. I'm Gary Rohihi for Ballpark Broadcasting. Joining me in colour commentary will be local softball identity, Stacey Taylor. Stacey, welcome along to the grand final, mate.
Kia ora, Gary. Thank you for having us again.
No problem. Look, grand final time. 2 really cracker teams out there. We've got Porirua City United from the Central Region taking on Mount Albert Ramblers from the Northern Region. I'll just quickly run you through their lineups, as we're probably going to have Porirua come out and bat. So we've got their lead-off hitter will be Zach Boyd, followed by number 28, Damon Creasy, Taweta Bishop. Wayne Laulu is followed by Corey Timu, Sam Marley, Ricky Manson, Aaron Nemia. Rounding out their order is Tekirika Kupa Nicola. Defensively for Ramblers will be Maddox Rice at right field, Bradley Bennett centre, Connor Peden at left field, Cole Evans shortstop, Captain Fantastic, Reese Evans in the hot corner, Brock Evans at second base, Lewis Gerard comes into the game for first base, Tane Slaughter doing the pitching out on the hill to Max Early. I've seen some fantastic games during this weekend of Fast 45. Stacey, how do you see this one going?
Well, I think the 2 teams with the most internationals have made the final. Just looking at those lineups, like we said before, there's junior Black Sox, under 23s, there's current Black Sox, former Black Sox. So very strong, both teams. Just looking at Tane and Floyd warming up for Ramblers. We just seen Regan Manley warming up for Porirua. So I think with the wind, it may be a bit of a pitcher's duel this final.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's a beautiful fine day, as you can see on our pictures there, as the Mount Albert Ramblers pitchers go through their warm-up routine. We're only a matter of minutes away from the game starting, so the umpires will be the only thing that's holding us up from going live. So what we've got now is Mount Albert Ramblers, who beat the Southern Zone's ELE Papanui earlier in the day to earn the right to go direct to the grand final. Now, Porirua have come by the more circuitous route. They lost both of their games yesterday, interestingly, Stacey, and what an improvement they put out there on the previous game to earn the right to this grand final when they also beat ELE Papanui.
Yeah, Porirua are one of those scary teams. When they start to hit the ball, they're going to score an amount of runs that are only dictated by some good outs a lot of the time. So they turned up today. They hit the ball hard. They weren't that bad yesterday, Gary. They actually just lost some really good games of softball, and I think the team they did it last week. They came from behind and won the final to qualify for this week, so they're a team that likes the pressure.
Absolutely, and it also underlines the quality of the 3 teams that won their regional competitions. They didn't just turn up and play here, ladies and gentlemen. They had to win their regional competitions to earn the right to come here to Hutt Valley and fight off for the to be here at the grand final and earn the right to call themselves Fast 45 champions for 2023. The Tradestaff Fast 45 champions. It's a fantastic format, ladies and gentlemen. We've enjoyed the games. We've also just seen a cracker of a grand final from the women, where Kaiapoi, in the end, made a fairly easy race of it for themselves in winning that one, Stacey.
Yeah, they tried a little bit in their last innings to maybe give the Auckland team a chance, but they eventually got away with a good 10-5 win or something along those lines, 10-7 win. But yeah, they dominated from the get-go, and a really good hitting side, a really young side, well coached by Boggy McDowell out there, and I'm sure Dion will be a little bit disappointed with maybe some of the experienced players in his team, but at the end of the day, they came down here, they gave it a crack, and they did really well.
They came up against an almost clinical Kaiapoi team, helped by some powerful batting. We've had also the luxury for the women of having the women's distance fences, so we've been treated to some lovely automatic home runs from the women's game. They've also managed to convert, dare I say it, more double plays and also taken more runs at home plate than the men. So, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. Than the men.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that goes to show that it's a game that's ball and play. You know, and with the men, probably the pitching we're a bit more pitcher dominant.
Yeah.
But it's always been a good watch. And today will be an interesting one. Just looking at Tane throw his warm-up pitch and knowing Fraser Park as well as I do, there's a line of trees. If we can get it above the trees, there's going to be a lot of home runs. If we keep it under the trees, there's going to be a lot of trouble in the outfield. So.
Well, it's time to get going, ladies and gentlemen. The players are in place. The umpires are in place. It's time to play ball and get it on in this grand final. We've got Zach Boyd up to bat for Porirua to lead off. You've got a runner out there at first base. So everything is in place for this grand final, and it's going to be a cracker. The runner's in motion straight away. He slides into home. The ball goes through and goes out to centre field. So Porirua already announced their intentions, being super aggressive with their base running.
Yeah, Tikirika Kupanikola, we talked about him in the earlier game. Lightning in his shoes. Any mistakes, he's going to take the extra base. Zach's done his job. Now I think he's going to try and do it again, lift one into the outfield, see if we can score him.
Yeah, well, it's just a little bit overcast. It's warm. It's been sunny most of the day. But the big factor for the two pitchers out there is it is extremely windy here in Lower Hutt.
Yeah, and that'll help them out immensely. You'll see Regan and Tane make the ball dance, I think, in this final, but we've got some pretty good hitters out there too.
And you see Zach Boyd just has a go at that one. And that's good intention from Cooper Nicola. I mean, he really did take off. I mean, he almost came all the way to home plate. You just never know, do you?
Yeah, I believe anything on the ground, he's going to score today.
Yeah. Now, of course, the runners, ladies and gentlemen, do have the luxury of leaving their bases just a little bit earlier than they would normally in a game of softball. So just before the ball is released by the pitcher, the runners can leave the plate. So we do see a lot more stealing and a lot more in motion. There we go. There's a nice job by Tane Slaughter. The job being done by Zach Boyd, though. He's got that runner all the way round to 3. Never looks happy with him when he strikes out. No one is happy being struck out, but Zach Boyd never looks less happier than most. Damon Creasy up to bat for Porirua.
Yeah, Zach did a great job there. He got his runner to 3. Bring him another good hitter in Damon, and Tikirika always ready to go at 3. That ball's really popping, Gary.
It sure is. That one just popped quite a little bit too high to be called a strike that time. Tane Slaughter is a young pitcher in New Zealand terms. He's really come through the grades in the last couple of years. Tall, lean, strong, throws with good velocity, but also has good command of his movement.
Yeah, under good tutelage there at Ramblers too with Chappie and Twiggy before he moved on. So some good mentors to work under.
Damon Creasy, who helped himself to a couple of RBIs in the semi-final against Papanui. Been batting well at this tournament.
Yeah, Damon's been, like we said earlier, been doing really well for the last couple of years, come out from a slump, but he's a very good contact hitter, Damon.
And he goes for that one, possibly too low.
Yeah, this wind is really helping out it's really going to help out the pitcher today. That change just died at the plate.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here in the top of the first innings, no runners scored yet. There is a runner lurking out there at 3. It's only 1 out. So contact is going to score, and there is contact we've got. Creasy lines one out to right field, and that's going to easily score the runner from 3. And Porirua open their account early in the first innings to the tune of 1 run.
Great bit of hitting there from Damon, just held his hands back, tried to get the barrel onto the ball, knocked it out to right field, easily scoring Cooper Nicola for the first run of the game.
Porirua's production from their number 3 batter down to about their number 6 or 7 batter has been outstanding in the last couple of games. You've got Tuera Bash Bishop up as we see the steal on once again, and this time it's successful again. And Porirua really do have some boys out there who've got some wheels. That was a good throw.
Yeah, and it just goes back to that, being allowed to leave that fraction earlier, puts the pressure on the catcher, has to make the throw perfect. It was a good throw from early there. Creasy just too fast.
So Tuera Bishop up to bat, probably hasn't been near where he would want to be swinging the bat. He's, like you said in the earlier game, Stacey, he's become one of New Zealand's premier batters. So he's probably not quite at the level he would expect to see himself at.
No, but I'd expect to see Tuera get one out of the middle in this final. That's the kind of hitter he's become. You can't keep him down for long.
There's a nice job done by Tane Slaughter, who rails one down the outside of the plate. You'd have heard that on the mic because it came in hard and heavy.
Yeah, Mark Porteous on home plate. You know, Porteous got catches the corners nice and early.
There we go. This time Weird has hit one back to Slaughter at on the pitcher's mound. He does well to recover it, but Tuera has moved the runner from 2 to 3.
A little
and
bit of
2
a
down.
Defensive play there at pitcher Gary.
Yep.
Making sure it doesn't hit him where he might feel it a bit more.
Round about the midriff.
Yeah.
Wayne Laulu needs no introduction to softballers in New Zealand up to bat now. He batted extremely well in the semi-final, helped himself to 3 RBIs in that game, and really did click the Porirua offense into gear.
Yeah, Wayne, he's just done it for years and years. He's something that pitchers and batteries in general work around. They talk about, coaches will talk about when Wayne comes up, we need to use this type of game plan. And, it doesn't always work because he tends to get a lot out of the middle of the bat.
Well, we talked about his power batting, but both his hits in that previous game were just smart hits that he managed to get out on the grass. This time he's earned himself a walk. He runs, trots down to first base. Porirua now with runners on the corners, and that'll bring to bat number 99, Corey Timu.
Yeah, Corey hitting in the 5-hole today. Like you talked about before, it's a deep batting lineup. Marley, Nemia, Manson, Cooper Nicola, 1 to 9.
There we go. Mark Porteous making the call himself on that one. Didn't need to ask. Corey Timu swung for a strike. He'll kick himself for swinging at that one.
I think that's a good thing about Porty. He's very confident in his role and his job. He never second guesses himself. As much as players might, he is very confident in what he does.
Oh, Timu's just hit one down the foul base, for first base for a foul. 2 strikes, no balls. Porirua, if they go into the dugout 1-0 up, what do you expect to see from Nathan in the first innings? Nathan Nuku.
I think Nathan's going to probably test Corey early in that first batter. It's not often. Corey's one of those catchers that's renowned for having a really good arm, but Nathan's an aggressive coach. He's got fast runners, so I think we're going to look for a steal and get that runner straight into scoring position to play a bit of cat and mouse. That's when Nathan's at his best, when he's able to utilise all his skills and knowledge to put pressure on the other team.
A lot of the coaches in Fast 45, Stacey, are almost starting from an even start in terms of what the tactics present themselves. But there we go. Corey Timu has done what Corey, and he's put that one out of the park. It's gone through the Pahuta car, was over the fence for an automatic home run. And that's going to help Porirua out to a 4-0 lead. And what a tremendous piece of hitting from Corey Timu.
Yeah, I think a little low lifter gone wrong, stayed a bit middle. Corey doesn't make mistakes on those pitches, and I think that ball's left the park.
Yeah.
That has cleared the white fence. Yep. So that's a great bit of hitting from Timu.
So it's gone over the fence. Yeah, it's gone over the fence, ladies and gentlemen. Probably to the hardest part of the ground to hit to at the moment with this wind.
Absolutely. It rolls off that trees and straight down, so that was a hard hit ball.
Here we see the replay. He gives it the bat flip on his way down to first base as well. He knew exactly where it was going as it disappears into the Pahutakawas for an automatic home run.
This is the danger of this Porirua team too, Gary. They can all do this.
There we go. Nice comeback from Tane Slaughter to strike out Sam Marley. Damage done for Porirua here in the top of the first innings. They lead the ball game by 4-0 over Mount Albert Ramblers from the northern region. We'll be back in just a minute with more action from Fraser Park. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and look at that, wind's doing the damage on those trees out there. It is blowing quite a decent gale here. You're not really all that well protected on the ground either, even though it looks like it's nice and calm there. As we see Regan Manley get to go for Porirua, and there's a successful peg out at second base. Damon Creasy making the tag.
Yeah, that was Oscar Clark. Oscar can run, but as we talked about, Corey, one of the best times in New Zealand.
There's the replay there for you, Stacey, and you can see that is a bang play, so you got to go with the umpire on that one, but that was very close. You talk about Corey Timu's arm, and it is second to none in the country as far as firing people out from heading towards second base.
The idea of bringing Damon in too, so that no one had to move, so he was there ready for the play already.
Yeah. Well, you knew it was coming. You predicted it when you said what would Nathan's tactics would be to put pressure on Corey straight away. Well, he did try it. And there we see this time. This one's hit hard. It's gone deep. And there's another one. Disappears into the bleachers. This time it's a solo home run. I guess if you're going to give up home runs in this format of the game, Stacey, it might as well be solo ones.
Yeah, another hit, Bradley Bennett, a quality hitter, and I think that win might just be pulling that ball across just to the middle, so Regan will make his adjustment, but great bit of hitting from Bennett.
Great bit of hitting, similar spot to where we saw Corey Timu launch one just a few minutes ago. Ramblers have opened their account. They've got a run on the board now, and up to bat is Captain Fantastic, Connor Peden, captain of the Golden Hones Black Sox, who has been batting very well of recent times, including in this tournament.
Yeah, Cole, quality at bat. So Regan's made a slight adjustment already, pushing it just a little bit tighter in on the hands.
Just trying to keep that swing path clear. Yeah. Any of these batters at both teams get the opportunity to free the hands, and you are going to see carnage.
Absolutely.
Everybody. But it does just emphasise the quick nature of this game and how quickly a lead like 4-0 can disappear. If anything resembles a softball situation in this Fast 45 format, it is an at-bat with no runners on the diamond.
Absolutely. and if it turns into a home run fest, I'm happy, Gary.
Yeah, well, that's so good for the fans to see the ball disappearing over the fence with regularity. Cole Evans very surprised to hear that one called foul ball, but I think the whole country heard Mark Porteous yell foul ball.
Absolutely. I thought I saw a bit of chalk get kicked up, but I must have been wrong.
And there's Regan just showing Cole Evans the ball with that rise ball. It just took forever to rise through the zone there. It just kept lifting and lifting and lifting.
I think the good thing about Bear is he loves a challenge. He'll go at Cole. He doesn't care who's in there. He'll just go at them.
Oh, he's laid the curve on that one. Mark Porteous had a long look at it. It's a ball. What an at-bat this is by, or a battle this has become between two real top stars of our ball game.
Absolutely.
One out, Regan Manley going to work against Cole Evans, and he puts one on the outside of the plate, and Cole Evans is going to win this one. There was a bit of a bat wiggle there, so he's asked the question. Safe at first base. Mandover Ramblers are never going to be easy, and they're showing why they're in the grand final.
Yeah, it was a great battle there between Cole and Regan, and brings up another Black Sox player in Connor Peden, who's quite capable of hitting the ball out. But like I said, Regan loves the challenge. He'll be straight at him here.
I talked about Connor Peden when during the warm-up series in Palmerston North for the Black Sox. He's a player that very much seems to have focused on his batting. He has been a catcher up to Black Sox level in previous years, but his batting in the last couple of seasons really does seem to have gone to another level.
Yeah, he seems to get himself in positions. He's almost the Grand Slam guy in New Zealand now. Whenever that position sort of come available, he's really got up and hit the ball really hard. But yeah, he was in and out for a couple of years.
Yep.
Nice play from Timu there.
Nice heads-up play. Corey Timu hustles to get that out. Cole Evans advances to 2. 2 down now in the innings, and Porirua not making it easy on Ramblers.
I think that's probably our first hit and run in general play we've seen today. Nathan's obviously picked something up here, either the sequence or Regan's showing something. So that's as good as Nathan is. If he sees something, he's going to call a hit and run in a position that he thinks a certain pitch is coming.
Well, that's just his experience, isn't it? He can read the play. He knows within a certain percentage what's going to happen. It's going to be a drop from Regan on the inside. That's his go-to pitch. There's another one.
Yep, definitely. They'll live inside in that little cutter that Regan throws, and Corey knows them well enough that they'll work together and they'll work through whatever they need to.
It's also very experienced but a very smart battery, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Contrast to Ramblers, who have a very young battery out there and early in slaughter.
Yeah, and I think with both pitchers, they're very confident in their catches. You won't see them shake. Tane won't shake Max off. Regan won't shake Corey off. So they'll just get down. They'll do their job, and even if they disagree, they'll throw the best pitch they can.
Absolutely. Well, we've got quite a ball game on our own. It's still very early in the ball game. There's 28 minutes to go. You can see the countdown clock. There is Regan strikes out Peden with a nasty Rice ball on the inside. And, Maddox Rice. And Maddox Rice becomes the third out here in the first innings. One complete. Porirua ahead, 4-1 in the grand final. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Tradestaff Fast45 Grand Final here at Fraser Park. We're underway already in the second innings. Everything happens fast. If we haven't said it before, you've got to keep your eyes glued to the TV set because everything happens fast. Runners at 1 and 2 now in the second innings. Up to bat for Porirua. Number 67, Ricky Manson.
As you can see, Gary, there's a bit of a change. They've gone with 2 outfielders, or they've just pushed Connor back now, but they'd brought that third base in and had someone else at third for the steal. So, just thinking the whole time.
Well, Porirua in the last game and this game have stolen on the first pitch. And you can see now that Ramblers have made an adjustment. They put the field in there specifically to protect against that. Ricky Mann's gone high out towards third base. Neither one of them can see it. There's no one left on third base, and that is a little bit of a comedy of errors by the Mount Albert Ramblers. I do not envy anyone being under a pop fly like that in this wind.
Batter's out.
Ooh.
He's called an infield fly. Mark Porteous has called an infield fly. Therefore, the batter is out.
So the runners can still move at their own peril.
Yep.
Interesting call, but Ricky's gone and done his job. He's moved runners into scoring position for Aronemia.
Oh, and there we see a little hard hit. It has beaten everybody up the middle. It took forever to get through the diamond. And that has scored 2 runners. And that is just one of those horrible little hits that fielders hate.
Yeah, I don't think anybody really knew what was going on. It sort of got onto Tane really quickly, slowed.
Yep.
The Evans brothers went across. It beat them quietly into the outfield and scored 2 runs.
That was an amazing thing to watch as we saw yellow shirts go diving in all directions and the ball just kept meandering its way out to centre field. Unbelievable play.
Yeah, when the softball God shone a light on you, good things happen.
Well, that's exactly what it was. I mean, that ball should never have scored 2 runs, but it just was in that golden pathway.
It was an accidental swing too.
Yeah. Well, Aronemia will take it all day. It earned him 2 RBIs. Into batters, Tekarika Kupa-Nicola, the man with the wings on his feet.
Absolutely, and it looked like we had a little hit and run play there. That I think that Ollie Smith over at
probably doing
Ollie
the running
Smith
for
doing the running,
Porirua.
Yep. If Porirua can get Kupa-Nicola on, then we've got 2 sets of wheels out there for the top of the order.
Well, Porirua now with a decent gap in this ball game. It's going to take a lot for Ramblers. They've got plenty of time, but it is going to take a lot for Ramblers to close the gap on at 6-1. Only 1 out, so there are options aplenty out there for the Porirua coaching staff.
Yeah, I think too, as much as Porirua from a different part of the Wellington area, they play at Fraser Park long enough to know this wind, so that's an advantage for them.
Tane Slaughter strikes out Kupa-Nicola to take them to the top of their order. Zach Boyd, although he hasn't put the bat on the ball, has managed to move runners in every at-bat. So we'll see what happens here as he flies one back over the commentary booth for a foul.
Yeah, Zach, he's got a swing that I think will suit this kind of movement. He likes the ball above his waist. If they're going to tempt him with rise balls, they better watch out.
Yeah, well, don't be fooled by the size of Zach Boyd in that batter's box. He's not a huge man, but he certainly hits the ball as hard as anyone in the country. There we go. He's lined one out to left field. That's going to score the runner from 2 as the throw from left field comes in. I'm not quite sure what that guy was aiming at, but that's going to enable Zach Boyd to move to second base. Porirua to score another run. They now lead Mount Albert Ramblers by 7-1. Plenty of excitement in this ball game, and it's all being generated by the Porirua offense at the moment.
Yeah, Zach will be happy with that, and you kind of see what Connor's trying to do is get him behind that lead runner because he knew the scorer was coming in, but it's hard to throw a ball that far in this wind.
That far and that accurately, because Zach was about 2 metres off first base, and you're right, if you'd have got him in a rundown, chances are he'd have been out. But as it was, the throw wasn't accurate, so good try. Damon Creasy up to bat now.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this young battery. They're going to have to work really hard to probably try and ground out some outs rather than to work on strikeouts here.
Well, Floyd Nola seems to be their go-to if they have to replace Tane Slaughter, who actually hasn't done a lot wrong. The thing about this format, Stacey, is the pitchers have to be a little bit more direct, don't they? Absolutely. They have to get it into that zone a lot more.
Yeah, well, you start behind, you only get 3 balls, and runners on, so you're constantly dealing with pressure.
Yeah. Constantly under pressure, and there wouldn't be too many pitchers who play this format who say they're in love with it.
No.
A little bit like cricket bowlers in the T20 format. You are really on a hiding to nothing.
Yeah, but it's good for them to be under that pressure. This is the pressure they come under at the next level. So
Here we see Damon Creasy has hit one high and handsome towards centre field. And at this time the weather has, or rather the sun has done its job for Porirua. And you talked about the softball gods smiling, Stacey. Well, that's 2 catches that have gone to ground because of the sun.
Yeah,
and the wind.
I think maybe Coach Nukunuku will be a little bit upset about that. You know, we're taught as outfielders to block the sun, and I know that, you know, Ben had a lot to deal with out there, but it's what we call a can of corn.
Bradley Bennett, one that was theoretically right down his throat, and in the end, Porirua score another run, and Damon Creasy standing high and handsome at third base, 60 feet away.
Yeah, Damon taking complete advantage of that, grabbing as many bases as he can.
Well, this is just the conditions winning over the player. We saw the replay just then of Bradley Bennett not being able to keep his eye on that ball. But the wind and the sun definitely got the better of the player in that situation. There we go. That one's gone to the back fence, and things are not smiling for Ramblers at the moment.
No.
19 minutes to go to this ball game, and although we say that deficits can be erased pretty quickly, 9-1 is a huge deficit.
Absolutely. Like I said, the advantage of knowing this, there he goes to Weta with another hit.
As Weta's hit one out to the right field, centre right field fence, and he's got Porirua going again just when they needed it because they had cleared the bases.
Yeah, the advantage of knowing this wind at Fraser Park is, you know, above the trees the ball carries, below the trees it dies, and that ball got above the trees and probably on a normal day wouldn't have travelled that far. And then we get Wayne Lalu.
Wayne Lalu up to bat now, who's really enjoying himself at this tournament. It's good to see him hitting the ball regularly. Mount Albert Ramblers will be feeling a little bit shell-shocked. If there's any team in this country that can dig themselves out of a large hole, though, it is Ramblers. They'd be the most celebrated club in the country over the last 20 years, easily.
Absolutely. And, you know, they deserve that accolade too.
Absolutely they do.
Nathan's built a team. He's brought juniors through. He's done a lot of stuff, and, you know, they're a good team, but sometimes good teams get beaten by other good teams.
Yeah, they're a fantastic club. It's always good to see them. They set a standard that the rest of the country have to come up to. And today, Porirua are meeting that standard.
Yeah, and it just doesn't seem to end at the batting lineup, does it? You get Laulu, you get Timu, you get Marley, and you know that they'll be worried about Corey now because of what he did his last at bat.
Yeah. Yeah, well, tails are up. Porirua are definitely a tails up team. When their confidence is up, they are hard to stop.
Yeah, we found that out last weekend.
2 balls, 1 strike.
But there we go, in a format that you might have said didn't suit them to start with. As we see Corey Timu help himself to another hit. He's moved Laulu over to second base and himself to first. Porirua now with the pressure on. 10-1, and we haven't seen a power play yet.
Yeah, and we've just seen really, really good hitting.
Good hitting. There's not much you can do about that. This one's gone out towards right field. It's gone infield too. That must have been a coat of paint on that one because he's helped himself to a couple of RBIs. And the softball gods just keep smiling on Porirua. That could have landed either side of the line.
Like I said, Gary, below the trees it just kills the ball and it's just dropped it in.
That should have, by all reckoning, made it over the foul line. Yeah. This time it's Ricky Mann who moves the runner. And finally, the pain is over in this innings for Ramblers. It'll be up to them to see if they can post anything in defence against this rampant hitting that Porirua City United put on. They lead the ball game by 12-1 over Ramblers. We'll be back with more in just a minute.
All the
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we've just seen a batting fest from Porirua over Mount Albert Ramblers. They helped themselves to the tune of 8 runs in that second innings. They were already 4-1 up. They're now 12-1 up over Ramblers. We were talking about a team that could come back from any situation. Well, Mount Albert Ramblers are one of them. From the northern region, they are here now, and they're staring up the side of a rather large mountain. And Regan Manley gets them going by putting a strike in on, or a foul strike in on their first batter, who is Maddox Rice.
Yeah, and I think Nathan will probably put the calls away now and just said to them, hey boys, we need runs, hit the ball.
Yeah, well, they get runners in 1 and 2 in this innings. They get the same opportunity that Porirua's had in terms of their start in this innings. So they need to really, really turn it on.
Yeah, you know Corey's confident when he's throwing that back pick like he just threw then, don't you?
Yeah, he was still in his crouch and it still went out there faster than most.
Yeah, I think the backs are up here in Porirua. They're not going to let this one slide. It's going to take a huge effort from Ramblers to overcome this mountain.
Well, you know, we talked about a team that set the standards for many, many years in this country. A national title over a team like Ramblers is certainly something to brag about from another team.
Oh, absolutely.
If you're going to win, I mean, you make no predictions in the game until the last pitch is thrown. But certainly that's what they're there for. They wouldn't have come into this thinking they were going to go get second place.
That's
Neither
right.
team.
Yeah, and you know, like I say, very confident coach in Nathan. Sort of carry well. Nice play out there from Sam Marley.
Sam Marley makes the catch, throws it back in actually orthodox softball style. But again, right field with that wind swirling around. Does a nice job.
And as you can tell, you know, they've played here before. He knows I've got to play off the fence in this one.
Yeah.
He takes it nicely just in front of it. And you know, any other day of the week that's over, right fielder's head.
So Maddox Rice becomes the first out, but he has advanced the runners.
It's Floyd Nola.
That is Floyd Nola who's come in to bat, taking the place of Reese Evans.
No, Floyd's down there as the DP.
He is. You know, I'm a couple of hitters away on my list. That's how things happen. They happen too fast. Floyd is the DP. He's coming in at number 7 in the order.
Yeah, you know, Floyd's a hitter too that can turn a game. He can hit the ball hard. He can hit the ball high.
Yep.
And he's just pushed one through Nemia at third.
And there we go. Ramblers open their count in the innings. So just like that, they've got 3 runs now on the board with scoring those 2. 12-3, it's Porirua who lead. 12 minutes to go in the ball game.
Yeah, I think
they need runs in bunches, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And Cosmo would be kicking himself then. That one just bounced through the hole. But they'll be right. They're a team that are very good mates, but very tough on each other, Porirua. So they'll let Aaron know that, you know, we're all good. Don't do it again, mate.
I've had a couple of conversations about when it would be wise to end an innings.
In terms of
declaration. Now, I'm not saying that they're not going to score a lot more runs possibly in this innings, but you've got a batter in, you've got a runner on 1. The most you're going to get is 2 runs out of that deficit right now with 1 swing of the bat, possibly. Whereas if you declared, get a double play, which would be what you would be looking at in the 3rd innings, and then come back with loaded bags.
Yeah, interesting thought. I guess
it's just a thought.
Yeah.
It's something to think about when you talk about tactics in this sport.
Oh, strike 3.
As it is, you've wasted probably a minute or 2 of your precious time, and Regan's recorded a strikeout and a 3rd out here in the bottom of the 2nd innings.
What are you up to, Matai?
Reversing. I start a new job driving a forklift on Monday.
I thought you worked in an office.
Don't limit yourself, Brian. It's never too late to make smarter choices. How's Karen?
Take control of your career with Tradestaff.
For all the best throwbacks, 90s and more.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We were a little bit abrupt in my cut-off speech there just a second ago. Ramblers scored 2 runs in their previous innings. It takes us into the third innings now with them trailing Porirua by 12-3. Porirua, of course, come out now with loaded bases. Aaron Nemia up to bat. And there we go. The power play for the first time is in effect. Power play is an interesting one, and it seems to be more and more a 1 or less out and loaded, or 2 or less out and loaded bag situation.
Yeah, probably the best time to do it is to create a bit of space in the outfield. We've got to change a pitcher and Floyd Nola, so they have taken an outfielder off. And so big gaps.
There's the picture of the outfielder having a rest against the outfield fence there. And yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of permutations for Porirua with loaded bags and none out. There's also with Ramblers who will be desperate for a double in this situation.
Yeah, they'll be looking to keep the ball down and in the infield so they can turn one as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Whereas for Porirua, look how close and in the face all the fielders are. As Nemia looks to line one into the outfield. That's an interesting situation because, yeah, I mean, with one swing of the bat, the innings could be over in a double play. But with one swing of the bat, Porirua could be that much further away, closer to winning the game.
Absolutely, and you know, Aaron's he's been a great hitter for a long time. I know he took a couple of years away from the game, and he's come back to play with his mate Ricky Manson, and he's been enjoying it ever since. But he definitely knows how to hit the softball.
He has. He's hit some incredibly huge home runs, this fella. Not just for Porirua, but also in his years with Miramar.
And
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fielders in the infield. I count them.
And only one outfielder.
And only one outfielder. So there we go. Something that escapes the eye on the odd occasion.
Anything in the outfield is clearing.
Yep, there he is, the lone man in the outfield. He's got a heck of a job to do if Nemia punches it through here. And there's a nice job by Floyd Nola to strike out Aaron Nemia in the power play. And that'll bring to bat number 12 for the second batter of the power play, Tikarika Kupa Nicola. Well, you're looking at the field placing there. So we see Nemia going to run at third base.
They've stayed with the 7 infielders.
You see they've stayed with the 7 infielders and the 1 outfielder. They don't want anything because you got to bear in mind a successful squeeze scores 2 runs in this situation, in any situation. Tikarika Kupa Nicola will be desperate to get one out of the diamond here. And this is some nice pitching from Floyd Nola's come on and pitched very well in this situation.
Yeah, another pitcher that's not going to overpower you, but he's going to hit his spots.
Now tell me, at 12-3 down, if Kupa Nicola becomes the second out, and if it stays 12-3 after 3 outs, is there time for Ramblers to score 7, 9, 10 runs to go ahead?
Well, we'll be looking at how they use the clock, actually, Porirua, won't we? Because once we get into that under 5 minute mark, we don't start another innings, do we?
That's right, yeah. So, and you're only 1 minute and 38 seconds away from that. So there's all sorts of things still to think about for both teams, and this is not going to help Ramblers.
No, they'll do
time is precious. And I know it might be a safety issue for him out there, but I do think we've seen it a couple of times in this tournament as Floyd Nola strikes out Kupa Nicola. That brings Zach Boyd to bat at the top of the innings for Porirua with 2 down. It also ends the power play, an unsuccessful one for Porirua, but who's going to argue with the results they've got at 12-3 with or without that power play?
Absolutely, and they've stayed with the infield. They've just gone back to 2 outfielders. Floyd Nola is pitching amazingly well.
Outstandingly well. I'm absolutely amazed at how this young fella is going since he's come in. What a pressure cooker situation it was to come in. They can afford to give up no more runs in this ball game. And he is just pitching all around the Pairua batters right now.
Floyd and Max have both played for Marist, and they're both great kids. Know the early family really well. And,
yeah.
Floyd's a really good kid as well, and just showing what a little bit of hard work does, isn't it?
Sure does.
There's nothing big about Floyd. Yeah. But man, is he hitting spots?
He's hitting some fantastic spots at the moment. Zach Boyd managed to foul that one off. No balls and 2 strikes shows you how good he's going. He's got 2 strikeouts to his name in this inning so far. And that is so close to being another one. He really did pull the strings on that one.
That's a great pitch. Little cutter away from Boydie.
Such a pleasure to see the battling capabilities of some of these boys that are so far down. And there he goes. He's finished Porirua off in this inning. And what a way to come in and do the job for your team. Now they've got to get the job done fast with the sticks. They get 45 seconds in between innings to do it. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And, it looks like Porirua are so far ahead, and the answer is they are. It's 12-3 for them over Mount Albert Ramblers. There's just under 4 minutes to go in the ball game, and Mount Albert Ramblers have instigated their power play. For Porirua, they need to hang on for another 3.5 minutes or so, and they've got one hand on the trophy. But for now, the opportunity still exists with Ramblers to come back in this one.
Looks like they've brought Ryan Early into the game. Do we know who Ryan's hitting for?
Ryan possibly is hitting for Max. Because Bradley Bennett there on the on. So Ryan Early comes in for Max Early to try and shake things up for Mount Albert Ramblers. Time-wise, though, ladies and gentlemen, is very critical for Ramblers. It is ticking down, and it is now ticking down fast.
Yep, Ramblers just need to get in and go. They hit the ball hard, run the bases, and get back.
It's a matter of swinging at everything, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Where for Porirua, they just need to make their place. They probably won't mind giving up 1 or 2 or 3 and 3. But with Regan hitting spots like that, they may not give up any, because that's a wonderful pitch. Strikeout, Max Early for the first of the outs.
Yeah,
Ryan Early, sorry.
Ryan Early. Regan just hitting a beautiful outside spot, little low lifter.
Bottom of the third innings, ladies and gentlemen. Time slipping away from Ramblers in this one.
Big Bear got the ball on the string again.
He is. He's come right. He is. Not that he was wrong in the ball game, no. but Mount Albert Ramblers did score 2 runs in that previous innings. So here we go, straight out to the shortstop, who makes the play at 2.
That's a nice little play up the middle there from Boydie and Ricky.
Does score a run for Ramblers, but 1 run right now with 2 down is not going to get the job done for them. They need someone swinging and swinging hard.
It's the end of the power play too. We're back to 9 fielders.
With runners on the corners for Mount Albert Ramblers. There he's pop fly this one. It's heading deep into the outfield. The same problem out there for the outfielders. It's gone over the fence. There we go. It's Cole Evans that keeps Mount Albert Ramblers in this ball game. He's just helped himself to 3 RBIs. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, the difference is only 5 runs.
Don't know if he's ever run a automatic home run that fast in his life.
He got around there very quickly.
Yeah, he was almost home before the ball landed.
So there we go. Cole Evans lines one over the fence to give Mount Albert Ramblers, a little bit of a glimmer. The clock is still ticking. Minute to go. Connor Peden up to bat. They are still 6 runs away from stealing this one. You're going to have to say Porirua have got 1.5 hands on the trophy in this one.
Oh, absolutely. We're 48 seconds away. Connor knows his job. It's just to swing at everything that comes his way. Bear and Corey will be slowing things down. They'll probably even take a yellow card at this stage.
I don't think there's a need to, Stacey, but you're probably right.
Yeah.
But there we go. A gallant but too late fight back by Mount Albert Ramblers. And Porirua with 1 3/4 hands on the trophy with 20 seconds to go.
Oh.
It's a little bit of self-preservation in that one by Connor Peden. Be nice to see Mount Albert Ramblers round out this innings with another one over the fence, Stacey.
Yeah, well, it's not going to hurt anyone, is it? Great bit of softball, and Porirua still walk away with the
won't mind
championship.
seeing it, and the fans love seeing the ball disappear over the fence, like we've just seen from the Black Sox captain, Cole Evans. Fantastic to see him hitting the ball. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, and it's all over as the siren goes. We'll get the call from the umpire in just a second, who will tell you who was the official winner, but we can tell you that Porirua City United from the Central Region have won this one over Mount Albert Ramblers. We'll just wait for Mark Porteous.
Porirua win 12-7.
12-7 the official score. to Porirua, and we will just go to Stacey for thoughts on a grand final that Porirua were just too clinical in the end.
Oh, it came down to hot sticks, didn't it, Gary? They came out hitting the ball hard. Corey starts us off with a shot out of Fraser Park onto tighter drive. Bradley Bennett tried to even things up, but then that middle order from Porirua, 7 runs in 1 innings.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to come back in any form of the game. So just a great display again from the Porirua boys. We all know they can hit, and when they do, they're a very dangerous team, as they showed today.
Well, thank you very much, Stacey, and there we go. We've had 2 fabulous grand finals in the National Fast 45 Championships, the Tradestaff Fast 45 Championships. The first one in the women, it was Kaiapoi from the Central Region, who are national champions, and in the second grand final in the men, it is Porirua City United for the Central Region, who are grand final champions. So there we go, my thoughts on this game. I thought Porirua had senior players who just stood up at the right time and did the job for them. Wayne Laolu, no one less than Regan Manley and Corey Timu. So when you start getting guys of that experience, Stacey, hitting the ball regularly, you're going to be a hard team to beat.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, the Porirua aren't a young team anymore. They've got a few young guys in there, so they'll be taking this through to the club national tournament, and they'll be looking to do some real damage there, knowing that they can beat the best team in the country. Add Josh Pettit to the mix. Hello, we've got something special brewing.
That's right, they do. They have something good brewing out at Porirua. But let's not forget the team that came second place, Mount Albert Ramblers. Look, mate, they're normally at the sharp end of every tournament they're in, and you get so used to seeing them there. And they've been very good over the last couple of days, considering how much adversity they started with.
Yeah, or getting in cancelled flight, getting in late, having to play.
Yeah.
I tell you what impressed me most about Ramblers was that young battery.
Yep.
You know, they don't have Daniel Chapman here. Liam Twigham's moved on, so a lot rests on Tane and Mac's shoulders, and they're 2 young, very capable, very good softball players. So, you know, there's a future there for them as well.
Well, you see Nathan Nukunuku has just kept that treadmill going at Ramblers. He's got quality coming through in their youth. He's got quality in their older players. So if you beat that team in a final, you have always done and earned it very well. So congratulations to Porirua. They have been presented with their check. The photos have been taken. They're about to go to the individual awards. We'll leave you with the pictures, but we'll finish with the commentary. For Ballpark Broadcasting, I'm Gary Rohihi. Thanks to my colour commentator, Stacey Taylor, and for the hardest working man in the booth, Adrian Royal. Well done, team. We'll be back with more softball very shortly. We'll see you very soon.
Surely not.
Fastball 45 award ceremony. On behalf of Softball New Zealand, I would like to extend our gratitude to all teams, officials, volunteers, and your support in making the Tradestaff Fastball 45 Grand Finals a success. We were throwing some curveballs yesterday with the circumstances outside our control, but through the support and understandings of the teams and officials, we successfully navigated our way through that. I would like to make a special thank you to the Hutt Valley Softball for their part in hosting the Fastball 45 Grand Final. Lauren, you and your team have delivered a fantastic event. Thank you. As always, a big thanks out to our officials for their service and dedication to our game. And lastly, a big thank you to Tradestaff, Dynasty Sport, Resene, Hutt City Council for their ongoing support of softball and our national events. Now, the winners. The winners of the Women's Fastball 45 for 2023, Kaiapoi. Well done, Guns. Ruin it, boy. No. And lastly,
the men's winners for the 2023 Tradestaff Fastball 45 from Central Papanui City United. And that
is it, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you for all that have helped out today with fences, with running, with everything.
We appreciate you.
Safe travels home, north and south. We will see you down the line for the next one. Cheers.